You're thinking too much. You can slowly figure it out in the netherworld. Tang Jie's face changed and snorted. His aura rose and he transformed into a demon. He spread his wings with a bang and rushed toward the Divine Realm tablet with a roar. Han Junting looked at Tang Jie's monstrous look and frowned. With Tang Jie's current appearance, can he still be considered human? Li turned to look at her and said softly, "What's so good about humans? Wouldn't it be better to be a demon?" Han Junting's expression changed and she snorted. "It's just a matter of wasting your breath on the race's superiority. There's no need to say anything more. According to the plan, you will take Xianxia's life, and I will take his holy weapon." Li smiled and said, "Sure. However, you don't seem to know much about saint artifacts. Every saint artifact has its own destiny, and it has its own choices and fixed trajectories. If it's not your saint artifact, you won't be able to obtain it no matter how much you want it." Han Junting snorted in disbelief. "What destiny's path? Nonsense. After I kill Xianxia, he'll be mine, right?" "You can try," Li Xiao said. "If it was that simple, why would I give up on the saint artifact?" "Humans and demons are different," Han Junting sneered. "That's because you're trying to be mysterious. Or perhaps this is a holy weapon of the human race. It's useless for you to take it." Li Dao said, "Even if it's really useless for us to take it, the value of a saint artifact is immeasurable." Han Junting, "I can see that you are extremely talented. I'm from the 9 Li demonic tribe. If you're willing to join my demonic tribe, I can make your body even more powerful. In the future, you'll definitely surpass me." Han Junting looked at Tang Jie's ghostly face and shuddered. She shouted, "Don't you dare try anything on me. After today's battle, we'll have nothing to do with each other. We'll just pretend we never knew each other." "Can I turn back into a demon after I become one?" Little Mina asked with a strange expression. "Transform back." Li stared at him coldly and said, "No demon would want to turn into a human. I won't help just anyone. For example, you're not talented enough. Tang Jie's talent wasn't good either. Helping him become stronger was just a condition of the deal. Head shopkeeper Han, you have the right to do so. Please consider it carefully." Han Junting's heart turned cold and she shouted, "Don't be long-winded, make your move." "Medicine cannot cure an illness." Li sighed. "It seems like you're not fated to be one." On the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia's face darkened as he looked at Tang Jie, who was flying toward him. He was indeed in a very bad state at the moment, and it would be difficult for him to make a move again. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyun was still under the Divine Realm tablet, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He cast an incantation seal onto the tablet. With a flash of light, the evil spirit and the officials flew out. The evil spirit gave a loud shout. The broad axe in his hand enlarged, and he suddenly chopped down. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky. Tang Jie didn't dare to resist it in fear and hurriedly turned around in the air, retreating. "Haha, this kid is not bad. He has self-awareness. Leave it to me to cut him down." The evil spirit laughed and rushed forward. The guest turned his eyes and frowned. "Li Yunxiao, you're getting more and more unreliable. Why did you call me out when you encountered a group of minions? Other than this demoness, the rest are really nothing," he said as his gaze fell on Li. "You mean, you want me to call you out when I meet a titled martial sovereign?" Yunxiao asked. The guest was stunned, and cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. "Just call me when you see any goons." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Since you are so confident, you can get rid of all of them. I'll rest for a while. There's a powerful one suppressed under the Divine Realm tablet." "All right," the guest loudly replied. His body glowed with a golden light, and all kinds of runes gushed out. He looked like a giant spirit in golden armor, and he walked toward them with a cold expression. "Intermediate 9-star power, not bad indeed. Leave this man to me, and you go and kill Li Yunxiao," Li said softly as she stepped out. Her feet tapped lightly on the void, and an array pattern spread out. It seemed to have the will of laws, and the space around her became blurry. The guests and Yunxiao frowned at the same time as they watched Yao Li's step in surprise. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. Yao Li's aura was growing stronger and stronger, and it was no weaker than the guest's. Could it be that she had already completely recovered to the state she was in tens of thousands of years ago? What about Shang and the other two? Yunxiao's heart sank as he felt that things had become complicated. He had heard from Qing that the demons had used the sacrificial formation to put him to sleep in order to understand the rules of the 10 directions in the armillary sphere. He did not see Shang or the other two demons here. Could it be that he was at a critical moment? If Shang had fully recovered to his peak state, or if he had truly comprehended the rules of 10 directions, would that mean that he could break through to godly state and become the first godly state expert in tens of thousands of years? A series of questions emerged in Yunxiao's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. If Shang broke through to the immortal realm, the humans would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack in this sky. The demon race had long been divided into two. One was suppressed under the five-cloud mountain, and the other was left in the star and moon illusion. Once an earth-shaking leader appeared, it would certainly turn the world upside down. Just as he was feeling uneasy, the vassal suddenly shouted. Countless golden lights burst out and he punched out. Bang! The space where Li was located suddenly became blurry, and his afterimage was instantly destroyed. Hee. What strong muscles, hee. Li's laughter rang out, and the guests and ministers were surrounded by afterimages. Li's position was erratic and difficult to capture. Yunxiao's heart sank as he shouted, "Be careful of her steps!" The guests were shocked. They realized that Yao Li had left behind transparent footprints wherever he stepped. In an instant, there were dozens of footprints. Li Yunxiao's eyes are very good. Li's movement technique was extremely fast, like a dancing butterfly or a slippery loach. As he laughed, he suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the guests and officials. He took the last step and said, "Too bad it's too late." As soon as his foot landed, demonic light surged from the dozens of footprints. Countless strange demonic words appeared around the guests and officials, which were difficult to read. The guest was shocked. He suddenly put his hands together, and the formation patterns on his body continued to shoot out, turning into a strange image and rushing into the demonic chi. Boom! With a move of Kwafu chasing the sun, he slapped out fiercely. Above his palms, he directly suppressed the surging demonic chi, and the two forces collided non-stop. What a powerful divine body! There is indeed no lack of geniuses among the human race. Unfortunately, it's useless now. Li's eyes revealed a look of admiration. A red light flashed on her body, and a small drum was attached to her waist. She slapped it down with one hand. Bang! The sound of the drum reverberated, and the sky trembled. The strange demon characters disappeared one by one. The guest only felt his palms loosen, and the force that resisted him disappeared without a trace. Just as he was surprised, a sense of death welled up in his heart. Not good. Boom! Without any warning, a huge black hole exploded in the sky, right where the guest was standing. He was instantly swallowed up, and all his power disappeared. Ah! Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Han Junting was also in shock. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead and her eyes were filled with fear. Dead. Yunxiao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Although he had sensed the danger of the move, he did not expect it to be so brutal that it could kill someone in an instant. The evil spirit also stopped its acts in fear and looked over in horror. Bang! 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 1,000 feet away, the sky suddenly broke apart, forming a long black track. The bodies of the officials suddenly flew out. Eft! The burly divine body glided dozens of feet in the air before it stopped. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The golden light on his body faded, and his aura weakened. Huh? With your mid-stage 9-star martial emperor strength, you're not dead after being hit by my move. That's quite impressive. Li smiled in his surprise and walked toward the guest. He appeared in front of him in one step. The guest gasped in fear and hurriedly retreated. Are you kidding me? Just now, he couldn't even withstand a single move from her when he was at his peak. Now that he was seriously injured, he would really die if she attacked him again. However, no matter how he retreated, Li Du was still within 3 feet of him, looking at him with a smile. Damn it! You can't escape if you can't beat them. The guest was furious. He mustered up his strength and once again raised his essence force. He punched out with both fists, punching out hundreds of times in one go, causing the sky to explode with bang bang. Die! 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 Countless fist shadows flew out, but Li's figure was still in front of him, like a flower in the water or the moon in the mirror. He was constantly dazed by the fist force, but he still couldn't reach. What's going on? The guest's heart sank. It's all in vain. You must be tired. Have a good rest and don't wake up again. Li smiled indifferently. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand and he swiped it across the guest's neck. Cold sweat trickled down the guest's cheeks like a river. He clearly saw the dagger coming at him, but he found that he could not avoid it no matter what. He could only wait for death. That feeling was indescribable and torturous. His heart was suppressed beyond words. Bang! The dagger slashed down and hit a sharp sword, causing a golden light to flash. The owner of the sharp sword was dressed in white and had an indifferent expression. Her distinct facial features looked as if they had been carved out. They were so exquisite that even men would be jealous of her. Li's pupils constricted as he stared at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He said in a serious tone, "Peak 9 star. It was Beifeng Nan." He shook his right hand and pushed the dagger away, then said to the guests, "You retreat first." Then, he put his sword back and stood up with a lazy look on his face. However, his eyes still glowed as he stared at Li Dao. The 9 Li demonic tribe. The guest had just escaped from the gates of hell. He shivered and hurriedly said, "Many thanks." Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Xianxia, his face so pale that he could not come back to his senses for a long time. "I thought these minions were not enough," Xianxia said with a smile. "I thought they were not enough? Why did you almost lose your life?" "Li Xianxia," the guest said angrily. "I'm helping you kill your enemy, and you're mocking me?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "Don't be angry. I just want to tell you that there are too many experts in the world. The higher you go, the more you respect the heavenly Tao. Don't think about underestimating your enemy at any time." The guest was stunned. After a cold snort, he fell silent. Yao Li's expression turned serious as he stared at Beiming Nan and said, "Who are you?" "Jili tribe," Beiming Nan said indifferently. "I've met one of your ancestors. He was very impressive." "Ancestor?" Li Qingxiao didn't say anything. She had been asleep for more than 30,000 years, and the ancestor that the other party was talking about was most likely her own junior. But she didn't know that Beifeng Nan had been asleep for 100,000 years. "Since you have an affinity with my ancestor, are you still going to stop me?" Li blinked her eyes and smiled. She could feel that Bei Xiaonan was not a simple man, and she did not want to make him her enemy. "Yes, even if your ancestors came, I would still stop them. I can't kill Xianxia. If your ancestor were here, he would agree with my decision." Beifeng Nan said indifferently, his face still expressionless. "Humph! Nonsense. You and Li Xianxia are indeed birds of a feather." Li's face sank. He snorted coldly. "Even so, there's no point in saying more. Make your move. You're her descendant," said Beimang Nan. "I won't hit you, as long as you don't attack Li Xianxia." "Idiot!" Li felt angry and amused at the same time. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He waved his dagger horizontally in front of him and formed a seal. Countless spiritual qi in the surroundings rushed into the seal. With a shout, he slashed out in the air. She didn't stop after the attack. Instead, she took a step forward and white light surged from her body. Her right hand suddenly hit the small drum at her waist. Bang! A huge drum materialized in front of him, emitting a fierce and violent rumbling sound. It was as if thousands of troops and horses had gathered, and the momentum was astonishing. Bang! He struck out again, and the sky shook. Black chi gushed out from the drum and turned into 3 ferocious demonic beasts. They pounced out ferociously. All of them were pitch black and had 2 horns on their heads. Baimang Nan's face was still calm. His long sword turned into a sword talisman in front of him, and his essence force was constantly poured into it, rapidly compressing. Transform into a sword. With a light shout, the sword talisman suddenly split open and broke into countless tiny blades, slashing across the sky like a crescent moon. Bang! The blade of the dagger was suddenly shattered, and the crescent moon pierced through it, instantly cutting the 3 transformed demonic beasts into 2. Li's expression changed to one of shock. His right hand quickly formed a seal and hit the drum. Bang! Countless echoes resounded from the attack. The entire sky was filled with a murderous aura that took on all sorts of forms, and demons danced wildly. Baimang Nan frowned. His left hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Eternal sword control!" He drew a circle in front of him with the sword in his right hand. Instantly, countless fist-sized sword balls appeared, making a buzzing sound. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a large number of corpse puppets flapping their wings. The astral wind that was constantly shot out from their wings turned into countless sharp blades. Octagon reflection. Focus as a sword. Bei Xiaonan's sword momentum rose, and all the corpse puppets emitted a sharp sword light, slashing up with shio 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 sounds. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless sword marks, and the momentum of the thousands of soldiers and horses instantly collapsed. A wave of backlash shook out from the drum. Li's body trembled and a mouthful of blood rushed into his throat. However, he held it in and swallowed it. "Ghost King, come out!" She bit her finger and drew a blood talisman in the air, slapping it on the war drum. Boom! This drumbeat was completely different from the ones before. It was like lightning and thunder, and it seemed as if the entire void was shattered. A large number of corpse puppet sword lights were annihilated by the sound of the drum, and the remaining ones all flew back into the long sword. The cold light of flowing water on the sword disappeared, and it became extremely ordinary. Baimang Nan kept his sword and stood there elegantly, as if he had no intention of continuing the battle. He only wanted to stop Li from killing Yunxiao, and he had no ill intentions toward Li. The sound waves on the war drum continued to surge for a long time without stopping. Suddenly, green runes surged out from the center of the sound waves and spread out in the sky. What? It's a buy-in! Yunxiao was taken aback, and his face filled with horror. There were many powerful divine arts in the demon race, and even he did not dare to underestimate them. The move displayed by Li was somewhat inexplicable, but the aura that gushed out of those green talismans was terrifyingly powerful. Baimang Nan frowned and said slowly, "Summon the Ghost King." Li's entire body trembled, and he revealed a shocked expression. Then his face turned gloomy and he snorted, "I've forgotten that you know the clan leader of a certain generation in the Jili clan. It's not surprising that you know the Ghost King's supernatural power. Then you should also understand the power of this move. It's not too late to stop now. I've killed a Ghost King at its peak before. I wonder how much of its power you can summon," said Baimang Nan. "Killed one? Ha ha ha. What a boastful boast." Li Jing laughed and said, "Even a godly state expert wouldn't dare to block the complete power of the Ghost King. You're indeed an arrogant person. I wasn't wrong at all." Bang! She raised her hand and hit the drum again. A sound wave shot out from the war drum and spread out. The runes in the sky lined up in a regular pattern. A faint green light slowly appeared from the sound wave and slowly turned into a huge skull. Giggle, giggle. The skeleton's teeth suddenly trembled up and down, and it let out a sound. It actually laughed loudly and cried out in a strange voice, "Who summoned this king?" "It's me, the leader of the Jili tribe," Li Du said, his face pale. "Kill this man for me." GGGGGG. This person is a peak 9-star expert and is also handsome. If I want to kill him, I will get a lot of benefits. The skeleton laughed strangely. "Don't worry," Li shouted with a gloomy face. "When have I ever mistreated you?" She grabbed in the air, and a lizard-like living thing was caught in her hand. It was covered in golden scales and constantly struggled with a pleading look in its eyes. It was obviously very intelligent. Humph! Li Lung snorted and threw it into the air without hesitation. A 9th-rank dragon lizard, and it's of royal quality. The skeleton's eyes emitted a green flame that burned brighter and brighter. As soon as dragon lizard got away, he immediately turned into a gold light and tried to break the sky. Hey, what a naughty little girl! The skeleton laughed. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light that wrapped around the dragon lizard like a tongue. It then directly swallowed the dragon lizard and started chewing. The sound of grinding teeth sent chills down everyone's spine, and their stomachs churned. Not bad. This dragon lizard is good. I'll try my best to help you kill the person in front of you, but the power I use can't exceed the sacrifice you've given me. The skeleton looked satisfied after eating dragon lizard. Of course. I'll leave this person to you, Li said. Hee, no problem. The skeleton laughed and rushed over, opening its mouth wide and biting towards Bei Xiaonan. Bei Xiaonan's white clothes fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, "You really haven't changed. I'll also give you some offerings. Eat as much as you want." With a flip of his hand, a ball of green qi appeared. His finger drew a seal in the air, forming a huge green spider that fiercely pounced toward the skeleton. What? The big skeleton was stunned for a moment. Then, the green fire in its eyes suddenly shot up high and burned its entire head. It cried out in horror, "Poison, poison! This is the green poison!" Boom! The giant spider pounced on the skeleton, and the green light around the skeleton suddenly shrank back into its eyes, shrinking to the size of a green bean. Bang! The space trembled, and the skeleton broke through the air and disappeared, causing the spider to miss. Not far away, the skeleton appeared again, full of fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. There were even golden light spots in the blood. It shot towards Li and said, "I haven't digested the sacrifice yet. I'll return it to you. Don't summon me again." Bang! With another air-piercing sound, the skeleton disappeared on the spot. Li, Ing Luo, everyone, hee. Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his face and said in embarrassment, "What is that ghost king?" With a wave of his hand, the giant spider turned back into green qi and returned to his hand. He then kept it into his body and said, "That was probably just a ghost soldier. A real ghost king wouldn't be so afraid of death, even if only part of his power had descended." Li's face was covered in cold sweat. "You," he said awkwardly. "Who are you?" "You can go," Bai Mingnan said. "I won't let you hurt Li Yunxiao." Li's face darkened and he said coldly, "Head shopkeeper Han, I'll leave Li Yunxiao to you. This man is very tricky, and I can only find a way to keep him busy." "Be careful," Han Junting said. "Just keep him busy." Li nodded and disappeared in a flash. Then, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and the war drum expanded to several acres in size, pressing down like a cloud. All sorts of strange powers churned on it, and all sorts of terrifying images appeared one by one. Beifeng Nan's expression changed. He suddenly condensed his sword qi and shot it in all directions. The sharp sword ray was suppressed by the formation force after it had rushed out a few hundred feet, and it could not break through. "I'll use the war drums as a formation," Li said loudly. "I can hold him back, but I can't last long." Han Junting immediately understood what he meant. Her face turned cold as she stared at Yunxiao, her eyes filled with all kinds of complicated emotions apart from killing intent. "Li Yunxiao, I really don't want to be your enemy. It's not a good feeling." "Me too. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? We can get rid of these demons together." "Humph, you're always constantly assessing the situation and then making all sorts of judgments and strategies, but this lord is also the same." Although today's victory was not a fair one, a battle between wise men has never been a battle of martial strength. Han Junting's aura continued to spread out from her body. Her old face began to twist and turn, but gradually, it began to shine. Tang Jie and the others were shocked. Xinxiao Temple had never accepted male disciples, and they had once doubted Han Junting's identity. Now it seemed that she was indeed in disguise. "You're too good at scheming," Xianxia said indifferently. That's why you've underestimated the effect of your own strength on the result. It was the same in New Yen City, and it was the same now. You're always thinking of scheming against others and using all the power you can use to do things for you, but you've neglected your own power. Don't forget that your own power is the foundation of your standing in this world. You're right, Han Junting said. If I had made up my mind to fight you outside Xinyan City, today would have been a different scene. The changes on her body became greater and greater. The wrinkles all over her body were removed one by one, and her shriveled skin was rejuvenated and as smooth as jade. Her entire person was like smoke and fog, but her beautiful face had already appeared, which was amazing. Flowers wither, flowers fly, and the sky is filled with flowers. Who will pity you when the red leaves and the fragrance is broken? It's not as if a silk bag holds beautiful bones. A pure land covers the wind. As the poem slowly fell, her peerless beauty gradually revealed itself. She was as misty as the light clouds covering the moon, and as fleeting as the snow returning to the wind. This was the first time she had revealed her true appearance in public, and she seemed to be a little unaccustomed to it. A touch of red flashed across her face, and her eyes flickered like the moon shining on the cold river, giving people a cold and ethereal feeling. Everyone was a little stunned. Even Li, Beifeng Nan, the evil spirit, and Tang Jie, who were standing in the distance, couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia Temple is really a magical place, Xiao Bie exclaimed. Even a random disciple is so beautiful. What about the world's most beautiful woman, Chu Hongyan? Li Yi gulped and only turned around after a while. That was many years ago. Even if she was once the most beautiful woman in the world, she has aged in the blink of an eye. She can't be more beautiful than her, right? Han Junting's face darkened and she glared at him coldly. My master's looks are 100 times better than mine, so how dare you rascals talk about it? If I hear any more disrespectful words, I'll kill you all first. The two of them were shocked and took a step back under the stern look. It was unknown whether it was because of the overwhelming killing intent or the overwhelming beauty. Hee. So the head shopkeeper is such a beautiful little sister. I'm so jealous. Laughter came from the divine realm tablet, and a fire phoenix flew around it, turning into Fanny in the blink of an eye and standing next to Xianxia. She blinked at Xianxia and chuckled. My husband's self-control is truly astonishing. Such a beautiful younger sister. Even I cannot help but be moved. Husband is actually able to maintain such calmness. No wonder he usually doesn't care about me. It really makes one worried. Fanny, Xianxia frowned. If you want to fight, just do it. Why do you have to talk nonsense every time you come out? Fanny pouted and said, if my husband is angry, then I won't say anything. Han Junting's expression turned ugly. Fanny's aura was much stronger than it was in New Yen City. She said coldly, young Master Fanny, don't forget your identity. Is it worth it to risk universal condemnation for a man? As the saying goes, marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog, of course it is worth it. If I remember correctly, didn't the palace master of Xianxiao Palace also risk universal condemnation for a man? Fanny retorted coldly. Han Junting's expression changed and she said coldly, you dare to use my master as an excuse. I can't indulge you anymore. She made a grabbing motion with her hands, and 2 balls of light immediately appeared. They were all 7-colored, and countless runes gushed out from them. They bloomed like a peacock spreading its tail, and suddenly transformed into wings. This is a buy-in, Xianxia said in surprise. Butterfly transformation. Han Junting's face darkened as she raised her hands and shouted, Ranchin! A wisp of smoke rose from the surroundings, and the countless stone fragments on the ground trembled and surged into the sky, turning the world into dust. Fanny laughed coldly and her body transformed into a demon. Phoenix feathers spread out behind her and floated 100 feet in the air. There were countless colorful patterns on her feathers, which were red and noble. The phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. She spread her red wings, and the entire sky turned into a cloud of fire that was completely set ablaze. Blazing flames filled the sky, and Fanny's eyes were filled with passion as he said excitedly, "This power seems to increase with every battle. Is this the heavenly phoenix nirvana body? I only got such a terrifying power after I met Li Yunxiao. He is my chosen one." The fire in Fei and I's eyes turned into the shadow of a phoenix, and she shouted, "The phoenix soars to the 9 heavens." From the fiery clouds in the sky, a heavenly phoenix flew out and lit up the entire earth in red. It then charged towards Han Junting. Han Junting's figure stood on her own, without any panic or fear. She extended her slender fingers and chanted, "Thousand rain! Pippy, 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 pippy." The dust that filled the sky let out an explosive sound and fused with each other. They were densely packed, like rain falling on lotus flowers. After that, every speck of dust began to tremble violently, as if they were filled with energy. The frequency of their throbbing increased continuously, and they shot out one by one with a bang. In an instant, the number of dust particles increased, and the sound of dust particles hitting each other filled the sky, as if 1,000 raindrops had fallen on the ground. Boom! The heavenly phoenix lowered her body and charged downward. Under the 1,000-rain world, she was struck by countless vacuums, and dense ripples spread out from her entire body, like a pool of wrinkled spring water. Han Junting's hands formed a seal, and she shouted, "Sure knew!" The 7-colored wings flapped, and a light smoke rose. After the countless dust particles shattered the heavenly phoenix's shadow, they all stopped in the air and gathered together. In an instant, a huge rock spirit was formed and roared as it charged at Fanny. The fist force was so powerful that it created layers of air waves and shattered the space. Yunxiao reached out his hand, and a handful of dust fell into his palm. With a casual slap, the dust immediately formed a hexagon and was evenly distributed in his palm. "Such fine control!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong?" The guest turned his head and asked in confusion. Yunxiao pointed at the dust in his palm and said solemnly, "The power in every speck of dust is exactly the same. That's why when an external force strikes down, it can produce such a pattern." How is this possible?" The guest was shocked. "How much dust is there?" "That's the problem," Yunxiao said. "Even with my strong soul power, I can't do it, unless I'm Lao AI. A terrible thought came to his mind as he said in surprise, "Could it be that Xianxia's soul power is above mine? Are you saying that she's also a 9th-tier alchemist?" The guest asked in surprise. TSK, this world is too unfair. Isn't it? She was such a beautiful and talented person, but she was also a 9th-tier alchemist? Other than you, I've never seen such a monster in this world." Yunxiao was shocked and kept silent. He was a peerless expert who had been reincarnated, while Han Junting was a true peerless genius. Boom! The fire clouds in the sky were destroyed by Shirnu's punch. With a flash of red light, Fanny appeared behind Shirnu. His palm pressed on his back as he shouted, "Ugly stone, explode!" Boom! A fire talisman was shot into it. Shirnu instantly exploded, turning into rock fragments that shot out. Han Junting's expression did not change as she shouted, "Xing Yi!" The body parts that had been split apart immediately froze. There were a total of 7 pieces, and they glowed with talisman light as they automatically fused together. They instantly turned into 7 huge white go pieces and fell from the sky. Pa! Pa! With the heaven and earth as a chessboard, he placed the pieces around Fei and I. With every move, the rules of heaven and earth emerged. Fei and I felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his blood chi surged. As the 7 pieces fell, it was as if the universe was settled. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Be careful! Come back!" Yunxiao cried out. "You're no match for her." Fanny's expression was cold. "The battle has only just begun. Don't make any random conclusions. I haven't even used my ultimate move." That mouthful of blood landed on the flames in front of him, and it was as if oil had been poured on them. The flames shot up high, and the pillar of fire directly shot into the clouds. The 7-star chess pieces suddenly became as warm as jade and emitted a soft light. There was a faint nomological line in them that connected the 7 chess pieces into a formation. And Ai Zheng was in the middle, and no matter how she used her divine power, she could not break out of the formation. Yunxiao's face flickered as he cried out, "Don't move! No matter how much power you have, you won't be able to shake it off. Now settle down and use stillness to control movement," waiting for the change in the position of the stars. The flames around Fei and Ai's body slowly died down and returned to her body. Her red body stood in the sky, unmoving as she stared at Han Junting coldly. Han Junting's face changed and she sneered, "Stop the movement with stillness? If you can't break my 7 stars stabilizing the universe, how are you going to stop it? Since the world has been set, you can't touch her unless you change the position of the stars," Yunxiao said. "But once the position of the stars changes, she will be free." "What a pair of eyes!" Han Junting exclaimed. "I'm going to dig your eyes out later." "TSK, TSK." Yunxiao laughed. "You have such a beautiful face, and yet you don't make me afraid at all when you say such cruel words. You should care about yourself, Li Yunxiao." A cold voice came, and 2 figures suddenly landed on the other side of the Divine Realm tablet. They were Li Yi and Lil 8, both of them holding their swords in front of them. Li Yi's eyes were filled with coldness, while Lil 8 was calm and still had that frivolous look. "It's such an amazing battle," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Do you have the heart to miss it?" "I don't have the heart to do that," Li Yi replied. "But I can't bear to let go of such a good opportunity to kill you." "With your cultivation bases," Yunxiao said, "even if I'm not in my best condition, I can still kill you with a flip of my hand." "Li Yunxiao," 80 said with a wry smile. "Last time in Red Moon City, we were still in the same league. You've improved too fast. Why don't you join us, the 8 symbols? You'll have a better future than wandering around alone." "Don't talk nonsense," Yunxiao said. "It's already your honor to be able to speak a few words with me with your weak strength, yet you still dare to make such a big fuss here. Do you believe that I can destroy you in minutes?" Li Yi was furious and roared, "Damn it! Don't underestimate me. I will make you regret it." He clenched his palms, and yin and yang light appeared in front of him. Forming a tai chi like the sky, it came crashing down. At the same time, 80 unleashed its sword chi, and with a flash of cold light and a circle of sword shadows, it thrust directly at Yunxiao's throat. The 2 of them were extremely decisive, ruthless, and accurate. Yunxiao smiled indifferently and did not take it seriously at all. Then he threw an incantation seal into the air. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning appeared and turned into a dark thunder that instantly pounced over. A 9th-order monster beast. The 2 of them were shocked. The combined power slammed into the dark thunder, forcing the beast to retreat. The 2 of them did not hesitate and immediately retreated. It was impossible for them to fight the dark thunder with their current strength. Roar! The dark thunder was furious after being hit, and countless lightning bolts surged out of its body to chase after it. With a flash of its body, it used the light of thunder escape and caught up to Li Yi in an instant. Countless bolts of golden lightning surged out of its long fur and shot towards Li Yi. "Damn beast! Why didn't you go after him?" In his shock, Li Yi waved his right hand, and a cloak immediately covered his body. The cloak glowed with a runic light, and he disappeared. Boom! The golden lightning struck the cloak and immediately shattered it. "A one-time teleportation profound-level weapon?" Yunxiao said in surprise. "What a good treasure." In the next moment, Li Yi's figure appeared directly above little Mina. His eyes were filled with hatred and pain, but he did not have time to think. He passed little Mina and fled into the distance. "What?" Little Mina was shocked and said anxiously, "You've attracted the demonic beast here. That's not very kind of you." Li Yi shouted, "You'll die, but I won't. I'm sorry. Take care." Boom! The dark thunder was extremely fast. In a flash, it took form and threw out countless golden lightning bolts. How could little Mina run away? The dense thunderballs bombarded him, and he was directly hit by one of them. His body was instantly charred black, and white smoke came out of his mouth. His mouth moved as if he was saying something. The powerful power of lightning constantly attacked his internal organs, snatching away his life force in an instant, and he fell from the sky. Li Yi was so scared that he felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was much stronger than little Mina, he probably could not withstand a single blow from that demonic beast, so he began to run away in a frenzy. Li was shocked. He could no longer suppress Bei Xiaonan. He hit the war drum and a sound wave was shot out. Boom! The countless lightning bolts that Dark Thunder had thrown out all exploded under the shock of the sound wave. The terrifying golden lightning spread out in all directions. Li Yi retreated in fear, but he was still caught up in it, screaming in pain. Although the thunderstorm was fierce, it threw him out with a roll. His body was also charred black by the lightning, and he fell right beside 80. Bang! Li was distracted for a moment, and the drum formation finally couldn't suppress Bei Xiaonan any longer. He swung his sword and cut a path out. Li was hit by the backlash of the war drum on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dark Thunder was also furious. It turned around and spat out a bolt of lightning at Li. Boom! The lightning hit Li, causing her to spit out blood again. She was thrown out with the war drum. However, just as his body landed on the ground, he suddenly bounced up and appeared beside Li Yi in a daze. He wrapped himself in a ray of light and shouted, "Let's go!" Dark Thunder's body flickered as it descended and stomped on the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. A flash of lightning exploded. Li beat the war drum and it instantly expanded to half an mu, blocking the lightning. She spat out a third mouthful of blood and her face was deathly pale. She stomped her feet non-stop, and the sound of the drum reverberated. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled as if thousands of soldiers and horses were coming down. What? Xianxia's pupils constricted. Bai Mingnan, keep them. Forget it. She's the descendant of my old friend. Let her go, said Bai Mingnan unhurriedly. Xianxia was upset, but he was not strong enough at the moment, and the thunderbolt of the Dark Thunder had been scattered by the heavenly voice, so he could not keep the two of them here. In the distance, Tang Jie, who was fleeing in all directions after being killed by the evil spirit, was shocked and hurriedly said, "Lord Li, save me!" He flapped his wings and rushed over with all his might. As the war drum flashed, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Tang Jie was shocked and directly pounced on empty air. His face was full of fear as he was hacked in the air. "Haha, I haven't had enough yet. You can stay here and let me chop you into meat paste." The evil spirit was overjoyed. It rushed over in an awe-inspiring manner and chopped down with its axe. Tang Jie's heart turned cold. How could he still have the mood to fight? He hurriedly said, "Li Yunxiao, let's talk. Tell it to my axe." The broad axe suddenly enlarged in the air and fell down like a millstone. With a boom, Tang Jie was sent flying and a mouthful of blood sprayed in the sky. The evil spirit's eyes flashed with killing intent as it rushed down and struck again with its axe. Boom! A stream of blood shot up into the sky, and a gully appeared on the ground. Tang Jie's body fell directly into the bottomless abyss. Yunxiao looked at the figure swallowed by the gully and said indifferently, "I admit that you have the heart to constantly improve. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent." He turned his eyes to a place not far away and said coldly, "Han Junting, it's your turn." Bei Xiaonan had already appeared behind her, and a silent force was circling around her. Han Junting's face turned pale. She had a premonition that something bad was going to happen the moment Li made his move to escape, but Bei Fengnan had already locked her in place. Han Junting's beautiful face was covered in cold sweat as she said, "Li Yunxiao, I admit defeat. You're not really going to kill me, are you? What do you think?" Yunxiao said coldly. Han Junting waved her hand and the 7 chess pieces exploded. The power of the formation that was holding Fei and I back disappeared. She said, "I admit defeat. How do you want to deal with me?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "You're so straightforward," he said. Han Junting said coldly, The green poison he used just now should be the 7 illusion green damask, right? In a battle where there's no chance of winning, continuing to fight would only lead to disastrous consequences. Faye and I escaped from the chess piece and landed on the tablet. She smiled and said, "Husband, this Han Junting is pretty and powerful. Why don't you take her in as your mistress?" Han Junting's face fell and she said angrily, "If you dare to have any ideas about me, I'll make you pay even if I die." Her face turned extremely pale. Yunxiao was also having a headache. She was Chu Hongyan's disciple and Yunxiang's junior sister, so he could not kill her. If he let her go, she would go against him in every way. If she was caught in the Divine Realm tablet with her strength, she might break out of the realm at the critical moment and ruin his plan. Let her go. Suddenly, a voice was heard and 2 figures appeared. They were Ning Qiyun and Grandma Sunflower. Ning Qiyun said, "There is no great enmity between you and Junting. She just made a mistake. If you kill her, the consequences will be hard to predict." Her face was a little pale. She had cried too much earlier and looked extremely haggard. "So it's Lady Qiyun," Yunxiao said. "Then I'll naturally give her face. But what if she comes to me for trouble again in the future?" He could also use this as an excuse to get rid of this big trouble, but he couldn't give it away for free. Ning Qiyun looked at Han Junting and reproached, "What's going on?" Han Junting pursed her lips and did not say a word. She did not know if she should tell him about the Saint artifact. "I don't care what grudges you have before," Ning Qiyun said, "but if you want to live, you'll have to make a statement to Li Yunxiao." "Uncle Master." Han Junting gritted her teeth. "If you're willing to help, we can totally take Li Yunxiao down." Ning Qiyun's face darkened as she shouted, "Why do you want to take Li Yunxiao down? He is our friend, not our enemy." Han Junting remained silent. "Hurry up and make your stance clear, or else I won't be able to help you," Ning Qiyun said. "All right." Han Junting thought for a moment and said, "If Li Yunxiao falls into my hands one day, I'll let him go this time." "What are you saying?" Ning Qiyun said angrily. Yunxiao was also stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Forget it. This girl is too stubborn. I'll let her off this time for the sake of Lady Quen. If there's a next time, I won't let her off so easily." Ning Qiyun glared at Han Junting, as if blaming her for being insensible. "Did you see anyone else? What's going on with this illusion?" "This is Tengguang's natal array, the great illusionary land," Yunxiao said. "Once this array is activated, it proves that Tengguang is already in a very dangerous situation. If Tengguang were to die here, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the entire world," Ning Qiyun said in shock. "It'll definitely shock the world," Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "because once he dies, we'll probably be finished as well. Without the support of the soaring light natal flame, the Great Illusionary Land will instantly turn into the Great Illusionary Killing Formation and kill all the living beings inside." Ning Qiyun was surprised. "So serious? Since it's a formation, there should be a way to break it, right?" "As far as I know, there is indeed a way to break this array," Yunxiao said. "But with my understanding of arrays, I can't find it at all." "The Great Illusionary Land? I've heard about this formation from Lord Mu Di. Perhaps he knows something about it," said Beifeng Nan with a frown. Yunxiao was overjoyed. If it's him, he might have a way. But he was badly injured before and he's still recuperating. "Maybe we don't have to worry too much," Ning Qiyun said. "After all, so many experts are trapped inside. They must have a way to break the formation." Yunxiao shook his head. "But Lord Yun, you don't understand how terrifying this array is. As far as I know, it's a real ultimate array, and the king-level experts use it to kill people. Once he dies, the people in the formation will be buried with him." Ning Qiyun frowned and said, "It seems that this Tengguang is not a good thing either. He's so brutal. If he had any family members by his side when he died, wouldn't they have been buried with him?" "Tengguang only has one disciple, Tang Xian," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "He has no relatives. There's still one more person who might be able to break this formation," Han Junting suddenly said. "Somewhere in the Great Illusionary Land." A beam of light shot over and stopped abruptly. It was the 9 Li battle drum. Li Yi's face was pale as he knelt on the drum, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Are you all right?" Li Yi asked. Li Chong stood up and said, "He's still holding on. I didn't expect Yun Xiao to have such a mysterious expert with him. Tang Jie and Xiaoba are dead. This is going to be troublesome." Li Yi snorted. "The situation in Red Moon City is precarious. If we can't survive this disaster, the Tang family will be in trouble. It's fine if Tang Jie is dead, but what does it have to do with us if Yun Xiao killed him? It's just that little 8 is so embarrassed." A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "It's better that he's dead. I'll put this debt on Li Yunxiao. Let Ling Bai go to him." Li glanced at him and said indifferently, "He came out with us, but only the 2 of us returned. It doesn't make sense." "Humph, morality? How much can morality be worth? Can you still walk?" Li Yi's gaze shifted. "Let's rest for a while," Li said. "This is the great illusionary land. As long as we don't encounter other experts, we won't be in any danger." "Is this formation really that magical?" Li Yi asked in bewilderment. Li Dao said, "The great illusionary land is a formation of reality. The complete great illusionary land can evolve into a real world. This formation is still flawed, but it's already at the peak." "What if I can't break it?" Li Yi asked. "The heavens fell and the earth cracked," Li Dao said. "All the living beings in the formation were destroyed. Even those divine transcendence experts cannot escape this fate. Only Lord Shang might be able to escape with the help of the armillary sphere." Li Yi's heart trembled as he asked, "That's serious? Could he only survive by relying on a saint artifact? What about Li Yunxiao?" "His understanding of the rules of the saint artifact is limited," Li Dao said. "I'm afraid he won't be able to escape." Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief and snorted. "So he's going to die too. I'm relieved." Li glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die." There were 2 ways to break this incomplete great illusionary formation. The first was to break the formation with force, which was impossible without immortal state cultivation. The second is to find the core of this formation, which is where Tungguang is currently at the Great Illusionary Palace Hall. We can either destroy the Great Illusionary Palace Hall or revive Tungguang. "Both of these are very difficult," Li Yi said. "You should recuperate first and we'll go meet up with Shang." Li nodded. Suddenly, she stopped and looked up. Li Yi was shocked as well. "Who's there?" he shouted. The space in front of them moved. A man with a deep scar on his face walked down. He laughed. "Is the Shang you guys were talking about a big monster?" Li immediately became alert and said coldly, "Who are you?" The man laughed. "There's no need to be so hostile to me. I'm Wei Luan. I'm here to find Yao Shang, but I don't know why I fell into this illusion." "Who the hell are you?" Li asked. "And why are you looking for Shang?" "I heard that Shang has a pretty good profound level weapon, so I'd like to borrow it to take a look," Wei Yong said with a smile. "Get lost." Li's expression changed as he rebuked angrily. In her anger, she aggravated her injuries again, and another mouthful of blood rushed up her throat and she spat it out. She's still so hot-tempered even though she's so seriously injured. She's a little demon girl with integrity. Wei Yan laughed and walked forward. His face was cold and he said, "I don't want to hit a woman." "But you're not a woman, you're a banshee." He raised his hand, and the world-condensed palm suddenly slammed down. Boom! The 2 of them did not put up any resistance and were instantly sent flying. Wei Yong clenched his fingers and pulled Li Lingkong over. He clutched Li Lingkong in his hand and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Bring me to Shang." Li was covered in blood. He squeezed out a word with difficulty. "Get lost." "Hee. What a backbone you have." Wei Yong glanced at Li Yi in the distance and also grabbed at the air. Li Yi's body was pulled over and he was directly held in the air by a force. The power in your body seems a little strange. But what's the point of keeping a useless person?" He clenched his fingers, and a force instantly pressed down on Li Yi, causing blood to burst out of Li Yi's chest with a bang. Don't kill him," Li was shocked. He screamed and struggled with all his might, breaking free from Wei Yong's hands. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he bounced up, grabbed the war drum, and smashed it like a hammer. Bang! Wei Yong gently raised his hand and sent her flying to the ground. He revealed a surprised and strange smile. Ha ha! Could it be that you, little demonic girl, have taken a fancy to this scum? He sized Li Yi up and laughed. Not bad, you're quite good-looking. TSK, TSK. Even the demon race women are captivated by you. To be honest, I've never had sex with a demon woman before. How's the taste? Bah! Li Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, If you have the guts, kill your grandfather. Wei Yong's face darkened and was covered in frost. The 5 fingers on his left hand closed together like a knife and he raised it high, ready to chop down. Wait! Li Yi was shocked. You don't want to find Shang anymore? Aren't you not afraid of death? Wei Yong was stunned. Li Yi's face reddened as he replied awkwardly. I'm indeed not afraid of death, but it would be best if I don't have to die. Wei Yong was stunned. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't find it funny. After thinking for a long time, he said, That's a good point. Do you know where Shang is? Li Yi shook his head. I don't know. However, Lord Li can lead you there. Li Man's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Li Yi. Li Yi bit the bullet and said, There's only death if you don't agree. I'm not afraid of death. It's just that if you and I die, it'll be a huge loss to Lord Shang. We can't let our emotions get the better of us. It's easy to die, but a true hero must live with determination. Wei Zheng, Ing Luo. Li was speechless for a moment and instantly lost his temper. He said in a deep voice, All right, I'll take you there. That's more like it. Wei Yong smiled. He formed hand seals with both hands, and 2 stone golems rose from the ground with a rumble and grabbed the 2 of them. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. Li, that demoness just now. If I had known that she could break this formation, I wouldn't have let her go, Ning Qiyun said with a frown. The Juli tribe has many priests, said Beimang Nan. They are the most resourceful tribe among the demon tribes and are the most likely to produce geniuses. The demon woman's achievements in Array Dao are indeed very high. It doesn't matter if she can break it or not, Yun Xiao said. First, we must find Tingguang's great illusionary palace. I heard from Li that this is a real world, Han Junting said. It's not an ordinary illusion. I'm afraid ordinary spells won't work. Yun Xiao laughed. Fake is real and real is fake. There is nothing and there is nothing. No matter how real it is still an illusion. I have a way to find the great illusionary palace. Clang! All of a sudden, the sound of a weapon ringing could be heard. The origami bright moon spear that was stuck in the ground suddenly started to vibrate. A vast power continuously spread out from the spear and gushed into the surroundings. Boom! A tremor came from under the divine realm tablet, and a huge force gushed out of the earth vein, as if it was going to lift the entire tablet. Yun Xiao's face flickered as he flew into the air, and so did the few people standing on the steel. He cast an incantation seal, and the giant monument suddenly became small. It turned into a stream of light and flew into the space between his eyebrows. As the divine realm tablet was pulled up, a terrifying deep pit appeared on the ground. An array of green light shot up into the sky. Luo Qingyun transformed into a half-dragon form and landed beside the spear. He immediately pulled out the spear and held it in front of him. At this moment, he was covered in blood and his face was dirty. Only his clear eyes were still the same. You've already lost this battle, Yun Xiao sneered. You've lost. How can you say victory or defeat before life and death are decided? Luo Qingyun shouted angrily. I'm not interested in fighting you anymore, Yun Xiao said. We have the advantage in numbers at the moment, and killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Luo Qingyun's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, What I seek is a fair battle with you. If an outsider interferes, everything will be meaningless. Don't forget that I can summon the ghost Azura at any time. Which one of you can defeat him? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Ning Qian even said coldly, "This person is Wei Qing's test subject. We can't let him go." Her father had been killed by Wei Qing, and she hated the people of the holy region to the bone. Luo Qingyun snorted coldly and extended his long spear in front of him. He made a hand seal, and spatial ripples appeared around him, spreading out. Not good. Ning Qian was shocked and rushed down. The red silk spread in front of him and bound Luo Qingyun. Pa! A furry hand stretched out from a spatial ripple and directly grabbed the red silk. A golden 8 was clearly printed on the arm. Swish! In front of the furry arm, there were sharp claws that cut the red silk in a flash. The binding force that filled the sky collapsed. Soon after, ghost Azuras began to appear one after another. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower had never seen such a thing before, and their eyes were wide with shock. One? Yun Xiao suddenly asked curiously, "Why is one missing?" Only then did everyone realize that only 9 ghost Azuras had appeared. From the numbers, they should be missing the number 4. Luo Qingyun also frowned. He had never failed to summon these things with dragon blood. That 4 had most likely met with an accident. One had to know that these ghost Azuras had ultimate bodies like Qiu Mujia. In addition to the half-finished dragon blood, the concentration of their blood was even higher than that of Yunxiang. Even if they encountered a peak 9-star expert, they would not be defeated. There were only a few existences within the great illusionary realm that could kill the ghost Azura. Moreover, ghost Azura 7 was still bleeding and panting. It was obvious that he had been fighting a tough battle, and no one knew who he was fighting against. Luo Qingyun couldn't care less about this. Although the creation of ghost Azuras was also very difficult, required a huge amount of resources, and had an extremely high failure rate. However, it was something that could be replenished after all. With the resources of the sanctuary, there was nothing to be regretful about. With these 9 ghost Azuras protecting us, he said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, let's fight and see who can stop us." Somewhere in the great illusionary land, on the peak of a mountain, there was a continuous stream of terrifying battle light. The sound of all kinds of profound level weapons clashing reverberated nonstop. The surrounding mountain peaks had long been flattened, and the entire mountain was gradually sinking. Boom! An insect-like ghost Azura covered in scales was waving its 100 arms. Each of its hands was holding a saber, and it was madly slashing forward. Boom, boom, boom! As the huge space shattered, Bo Yuqing continued to spin, dodging with extreme difficulty. Not long after the great illusionary land had appeared, he had already encountered this ghost Azura number 4. Under that wild and brutal combat technique, he had been forced to the point where he had no ability to fight back. Furthermore, the ghost Azura's cultivation was slightly higher than his. Not only that, Bai Gudong stood coldly with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He stood in the sky in the distance and watched all of this with a mocking expression, like a cat toying with a mouse. Bo Yuqing's expression became uglier and uglier. He had already completely fallen into a dead end, and the more he fought, the more trouble he would have. Sky Feather Wind Chant. He circulated the elemental energy around his body, and light feathers appeared in the sky. He wanted to use his mental energy to break through the air and escape. Swish, swish, swish. The ghost Azura's 8 blades slashed down, and the entire sky was reduced to dust. "Stay!" Bai Gudong sneered contemptuously. In a flash, he appeared in the sky above the distorted space and slashed down with his sword. Bang! Bo Yuqing's figure appeared, the sword in his hand raised to block, and his entire person was instantly pushed back. Azura Ghost roared and slashed 8 more times. Bang, bang, bang. The saber light and chi force sliced his body, causing him to bleed and retreat continuously. Haha, I didn't expect this damn thing to be so powerful. Lord Wei Qing is really amazing. Bai Gudong praised with a smile. Bo Yuqing's expression was gloomy, and his eyes revealed ruthlessness. He had already been forced to the end of his rope, and his only trump card was to completely release the power of the Agarine, but in this way he would probably die. "I'm going to die anyway, So I have to kill these two bastards. He made up his mind, and a wave of ruthlessness immediately came into play as he began to slowly unseal the sealing agarine. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of energy came from the sky and sent a Jura ghost flying. What? Who is it? Bo Yuqing and Bai Gudong were both shocked and suddenly looked in the direction not far away. A flash of red light approached from afar, as if the clouds were on fire. Within the fiery red clouds, it was as if a lotus was in full bloom. Bai Gutong's expression turned serious and he shouted, "Who is it? Come out. Don't try to play tricks." To be able to force a Jura ghost to retreat from such a distance with a single move, the strength of the figure in the fire cloud was truly terrifying. Azura Gui seemed to be filled with fear as well. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he glared at them and growled. In his shock, Bo Yuqing seemed to see the person in the lotus clearly. His expression suddenly changed and he cried out, "It's you!" Within the fiery red lotus, a graceful figure slowly gathered and walked out of the lotus in a daze. The flowers in the forest have wilted and reddened in spring. It's too rushed, and the cold rain comes in the morning and the wind comes in the evening. Rouge tears, drunk together. When the time is heavy, life will naturally be filled with hatred. An indigo blue pair of boots with red embellishments and gold embellishments stepped out. As the foot landed in the air, a flame appeared, like a burning red lotus. Stepping on the flames of war, each step is like a lotus. Bai Gutong's face turned pale. He immediately knew who the person was. He could not care about anything else. He did not care about Azura Ghost anymore. He turned into a ray of light and escaped. However, he had only charged out a few feet when he was suppressed by a huge pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead and dripped down his cheeks, soaking his long robe. The figure slowly revealed his true form. A crimson sword with cloud patterns hung on his waist, and he was dressed in a light blue battle armor. His shoulders were thin, and his waist was thin. He was full of heroic spirit. Clang, the sword was pulled out, and the sky glowed with a sword cry. Swish! The woman's sword danced in the air and slashed down. A colorful glow streaked across the sky, and the entire sky was instantly split into two. Don't! Bai Gudong screamed in fear and immediately drew his sword and slashed. Boom! As soon as his sword chi flew out, it was devoured by the other party's sword light. His entire body was covered in wounds from the impact of the sword. Roar! Number 4 Azura Ghost suddenly soared into the sky. He roared and waved his 8 arms, countless blade lights slashing over. The sword in the woman's hand danced and formed fiery lotus flowers in the air, forming a half-moon shape. She shouted, "Jiangu!" Boom! The countless fire lotuses turned into swords and rained down. They pierced through the layers of knife net and hit Azura Gui's body with a series of bang 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 sounds, shooting straight into his body. Azura Ghost opened his mouth wide and howled in pain, as if he was extremely unwilling. His broken body was repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, and several strange arrays appeared on his body and began to operate. What? The woman seemed to be dissatisfied that she had failed to kill Azura Gui with one strike. She changed the direction of her sword light again and raised the long sword. The wind blew and the clouds churned. Countless rule force turned into talismans that spun like a hurricane. Heavenly record Wu Hua. The sword intent condensed and suddenly slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword chi instantly devoured Azura Gui. His body, which was in the process of self-recovery, crumbled and shattered again. Bai Gudong, who was severely injured, couldn't dodge in time and was swept in. The sword chi carried the two of them over 1,000 feet away. Bai Gudong spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. The Azura Ghost roared again and again, and his entire body continued to collapse. It was as if the backlash from his different limbs had been triggered. His flesh twisted, fused, disintegrated, and all kinds of strange forces attacked. In the end, he gradually melted into a disgusting ball of meat and fell from the sky. Bang! The meatball fell to the ground and turned into minced meat. The woman sheathed her sword and slowly descended from the sky. She said expressionlessly, "Lord Bo Yuqing, foster father sent me to take you back." Bo Yuqing's face twitched and he said, "Lu Fian, your strength is improving so quickly. Thank you for your praise, my lord," Lu Fian said. "Humph." Bo Yuqing snorted. "Go and tell Lu Congzi that I know everything about what happened back then. Also, he used me as an experiment. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later. I don't intend to meddle in the grudges between you and foster father, but it's not up to you whether you leave or not," Lu Fian said. "What, you want to kidnap me back?" Bo Yuqing said angrily. Lu Fian smiled lightly like a spring breeze and said, "Why not? However, I still hope that my lord will be willing to follow me. After all, you once taught me swordsmanship, so I have great respect for you." "I didn't expect Lu Congzi to send 2 titled martial sovereigns just to capture me," Bo Yuqing said coldly. "Since when did my senior brother think so highly of me?" "Foster father has always valued you," Lu Fian said with a smile. Bo Yuqing's expression was gloomy, but he quickly calculated in his heart. It was clearly impossible for him to escape with his current strength, so he could only place his hopes on Hu Shengfeng. However, there was no news of Yu Shengfeng and the king-level expert after their battle, so no one knew what had happened. What worried him the most was that even if Yu Shengfeng appeared, he might not be able to defeat the 2 titled martial sovereigns. He pondered for a while and said, "Let's not talk about whether I will follow you back to the Sea of Soul Formation. This place is the Great Illusionary Formation. I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave." Lu Fian said, "It's indeed unexpected. I didn't think that Tingguang would be forced to reveal his life formation by that lord. However, there are many experts in the formation, and it should be only a matter of time before it is broken. I will follow by Darren's side during this period of time, so that I can take care of Darren's safety." Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed. "Good. With you by my side, I don't need to hide everywhere. I can proudly go and find trouble with those people. At this moment, Wei Qing is seriously injured. Why don't we join forces to kill or capture him?" Lu Fian was shocked. She said, "I don't dare to make such a big decision on my own. It's best if you don't cause any trouble. Once the illusory formation is broken, you can leave with me." "Humph." Bo Yuqing snorted coldly. "These people from the sacred zone are too arrogant. You've just killed their people, they won't let you off." Lu Fian smiled bitterly. "That's also to save Lord. If they can't understand, then I can't do anything." This illusory formation seemed to be endless, and he didn't know how big the location of the formation source was. Xianxia was probably also trapped in the formation. "Let's find him first. With the 2 of us here, Darren's safety will be assured." She took out a jade tablet and crushed it into powder. A ray of green light rose from it, circled in the sky, and then shot into the distance. "Let's go," he said. Lu Fian and Bo Yuqing instantly turned into 2 rays of light and followed the green light. "A fair fight? Before I fought you, I had a fight with Tingguang," Yunxiao sneered. "So, it can be said that you and Tingguang fought me one after another. It's really fair." Luo Qingyun frowned. "It's a pity that I can't find a better situation. Now is the best time to force you to fight. If I miss it, I'll never see you again." "Luo Qingyun," Yunxiao said, "what you're pursuing is the pinnacle of martial arts, and you just want to surpass me. But what I seek now is the stability and future of Red Moon City. If you can help me, I'm willing to pick a day to have a fair fight with you, until I knock out all your teeth and pluck out all your scales." A gleam of joy flashed in Luo Qingyun's eyes. He knew Yunxiao well. Although he was unruly, he always kept his word. But he frowned and said, "How can I help you? It's impossible for me to betray Wei Qing and stand on your side. However, I can promise you that after I enter the Red Moon City, I will expel the Tang family and the 4 Extremes sect and restore the 3 families to their previous state of existence." "Humph!" Ning Qiyun was shocked and said angrily, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that just because you have Wei Qing's support, you really think you are the master of Red Moon City? You're far from qualified. Luo Qingyun snorted and ignored her. Instead, she stared at Yunxiao, waiting for his answer. A man who is so determined to reach the peak of martial arts? Yunxiao asked curiously. It's hard to imagine that he would care so much about the position of the city lord of Red Moon City. This is my personal matter, it has nothing to do with you, Luo Qingyun said. Yunxiao looked at Ning Qiyun and said, now that the Tang family is on the verge of collapse, it will certainly be unable to preside over Red Moon City. But who do you think is the most suitable candidate, Lord Yun? Ning Qiyun remembered what Ning Kuei had said to her and said, naturally, it's my sister. Yunxiao said, Ning Qiue is indeed the best candidate, but her whereabouts are unknown at the moment. Red Moon City can't be without a lord for a day. Can Lord Yun take over the city in person? I'm a member of Shunxiao Palace, Ning Qiyun said, stunned. How can I be the city master of Red Moon City? It's not a bad choice for Luo Qingyun to serve in Red Moon City temporarily, Yunxiao said with a smile. Ning Qiyun was furious. He's Wei Qing's man. Wei Qing is my father's murderer. I won't agree to this. But Lord Yun, you just said that you're from the Divine Cloud Palace, Yunxiao said. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to interfere in the affairs of Hongyue City. Moreover, when the Lord was alive, wasn't he on the same side as Wei Qing? After today's events, how much power does Red Moon City have left to maintain its supremacy after the Tang family and the Four Extremes sect rise? Ning Qiyun's expression was extremely ugly. After this battle, even the three elders were seriously injured. There was no other peak 9-star expert. It's not a bad choice to let Luo Qingyun temporarily take over the city lord's position, Yunxiao said. At least it can form a balance with Wei Qing again. Even if you can find a suitable candidate after today's matter, who in the Red Moon City can take it if Wei Qing sends people again? Moreover, the 9 ghost Azuras in Luo Qingyun's hands can even kill divine transcendence experts. Ning Qiyun was silent. After Ning Kuei's death, the Red Moon City had really lost a chess player who could play against Wei Qing, and had completely become a chess piece. Uncle Master, Han Junting said, letting Luo Qingyun take over the city lord's position might be the best and only choice. Ning Qiyun sighed and said, I have the heart but not the strength to deal with the matter of the Red Moon City. This is where I was born. I don't want to see it fall. You guys can make the decision. I'll decide what to do after I find my younger sister. She was no longer stubborn, and she knew that she could no longer be stubborn. The trend was inevitable, and it could not be changed by a person. Don't worry, Li Yunxiao, Luo Qingyun said. I'm a good friend of Miss Ruobing. I won't let her suffer. In the battle on Xianxia Island of Tianshui a few years ago, Yunxiao said with a sigh, I never dreamed that you would one day become the overlord of the world and one of the 7 great sects. How could I have imagined that a random encounter would turn a native monkey of the southern mountain range into the sky that countless young heroes of this era look up to? Luo Qingyun said. The sky! Yunxiao smiled wryly. Countless young people in this era had far surpassed him in his past. If he hadn't lived 2 lives and had the Great Expansion Divine Technique and the Divine Realm Tablet, he would have long been shaken off by the young people of this era. Han Junting's body trembled as she looked at Yunxiao with a complicated expression. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, and her eyes became a little cloudy. Let's think of a way to break out of this illusionary formation first, Ning Qiyun said. It's not a good idea to stay in there all the time. Yao Li told me about this grand illusionary formation before, Han Junting said. She seems to have a way. Previously, I was also very wary of these demons, so I unconsciously left a secret mark on her. Now, it's just right to come in handy, she said slowly. Everyone's expression changed slightly, secretly thinking that this little girl's thoughts were too deep. Yunxiao, Feini, and the others had strange looks on their faces. They hurriedly circulated their divine senses to check their bodies to see if they had been branded or something. Han Junting's face darkened. Those demons are not of my race. That's why I have to be careful. You're all of my race. I don't have the time to leave my mark on you. Suddenly, Fei and I frowned and a strange look appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and spat out a thread of green light. She grabbed it with her hand, and the green strand turned into a symbol and disappeared in the air. What is this? Sister Junting. Explain it to your sister. Fei and I's face was filled with anger. The elemental energy on her body was like fire, and her eyes flickered with a cold light. Han Junting looked a little embarrassed and said, This by and isn't young Lord and I's heavenly phoenix nirvana body. It's rare in the world, so I just want to study it. Xianxia was a little worried when he found no problem after checking it again. So he checked it again and breathed a sigh of relief. Even Ning Qiun, Luo Qingyun, and Grandma Sunflower were secretly using their divine senses to check if there was anything wrong with themselves. Han Junting seemed to have noticed it and said angrily, Grandma Sunflower? What are you doing? No, I'm just meditating to regulate my breathing, Grandma Sunflower replied, shuddering. Han Junting felt like she was being isolated. Everyone was looking at her strangely. She said coldly, I'm going to chase after Li now. Don't come if you're afraid I'll leave an imprint on you. She took out an astrolabe, drew a few seals in the air, and inserted them into it. The astrolabe immediately began to spin. The needle on it trembled and then pointed in a certain direction. Han Junting looked at the crowd coldly. She grabbed in the air and threw a golden leaf out. The golden leaf suddenly grew to a size of half an acre. If you're not afraid, then come. If you're afraid, then get lost. Let's go, she shouted and walked up first. At the same time, she kept making hand seals and sent them into the huge golden leaf, which turned into a stream of light and flew away. Everyone moved and flew into the golden leaf. The golden leaf was like a battleship, flashing in the sky and then disappearing. Half a day later, the golden leaf appeared in the sky above a valley with a strange terrain. After that, he made a turn in the air and flew toward the valley. Ning Qiun frowned. What a strong elemental energy fluctuation. Someone has fought. That's Xing Luo. Someone's running away. Xiao cried out in surprise, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he vaguely saw a figure flying through the air. They must have noticed us, Han Junting said. She took out the astrolabe and the needle on it began to spin. The vibrations were so strong that it seemed impossible to determine the position. Fortunately, the mark on Li's body is still there. It's just that we are in a fluctuation of space at the moment. We can determine the position later. The golden leaf swayed a few times in the air before falling into the valley. There were indeed traces of a battle on the ground. Not far away, there was a corpse lying on the ground. There was a big hole in his chest. He had died. This person is Xing Luo. Han Junting stared at the man for a while and said, He looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Ning Qiun bent down to check the man's injuries and said with an ugly expression, We're in big trouble. This person is a peak 9-star expert. His strength is not below mine. A peak 9-star martial artist's chest was crushed by a punch. Han Junting exclaimed, Look at the wounds all over his body, Xianxia said. He was not killed in one move. He must have been fighting for a while. However, for those demons to have such a powerful expert, I'm afraid that their strength has already exceeded our expectations. Fei and I blinked and laughed. What are you afraid of? We have Luo Qingyun here. Those 9 ghost Azuras are not to be trifled with. Even if a divine transcendent came, he would still be killed. Humph! Luo Qingyun snorted and didn't say anything. What he said was true. It was just that everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Just a moment ago, they were terrifying existences on opposing sides, but in an instant, they had become comrades. Life was really like a game of chess and a dream. The 9 ghost Azuras were sitting obediently behind Luo Qingyun. The injured ghost Azura number 7 was glowing with light, and his body was healing itself. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his hand, and a sword beam shot out from between his fingers as he shouted, Who is it? Bang! The space not far away was cut open, and a man's figure fell. The man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and hurriedly said, Don't attack! It's me! Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Sacred Zone's finance minister, Heiji. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. Who injured you like this? Yun Xiao asked suspiciously. Who did it? Zi Xiaoji's eyes revealed a look of fear. Demons. Those demons are so strong. What? Yun Xiao frowned and shouted. Be more specific. The leader of the Sacred Zone's First Division, Ning Qiyun, said coldly. You look like a dog in such a sorry state. Zi Xiaoji swallowed his saliva, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. Seeing that Luo Qingyun was also there, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. You don't know how powerful that demon is. Originally, I had already forced Tang Qing into a desperate situation, but now I was also rescued by them. The person who was killed was also a Saint Realm expert, Wei Yong. However, he was a little suspicious and said, He's by Ling Yue's subordinate. Why is he here? How many of them are there? Yun Xiao asked. How many are there? Zi Xiaoji's expression was strange as he shook his head. I didn't see Xianxia clearly. There were 2 demons in total who killed Wei Min and seriously injured me. But there seemed to be a few more hiding in the surroundings. I thought I would die for sure, but fortunately you came. Yun Xiao's face turned unsightly. At least 2 demons had reached the peak of 9 stars, so it was very likely that these demons had recovered their strength. Zi Xiaoji wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said awkwardly, Luo Qingyun, how did you 2 end up together? Could it be that Lord Wei Qing has made peace with you? It's just that I personally made peace with them. It has nothing to do with Wei Qing, Luo Qingyun said. Zhenjin, my friends, Lord Yun, young Master Yun Xiao, let's make peace, Zi Beiji said. Peace? Ning Qiyun coldly replied. I'll kill all of Wei Qing's lackeys I see. Today, I'll kill you first. Young Master Li Yun Xiao, save me. Zi Lingji said in a hurry. I still owe you my life. If I die, I won't be able to pay you back, and it will be a great loss for you. Yun Xiao was a little speechless. He patted his head and said, I can spare your life, but tell me, what's the value of your life? What's the use of keeping something that's worthless? Young Master Yun Xiao, you must be joking, Zi Beiji hurriedly said. I'm the head of the Holy Region's finance department. I'm in a high position and have great power, and my wealth is comparable to that of a country. If you say that I'm worthless, then there aren't many people in the world who are valuable. All right, Yun Xiao said. Open your mind and let me leave a mark on it, and you'll be able to live. Zi Xiaoji's expression changed and he said furiously, Do you know what you're saying? Not to mention that I'm the leader of a division and a peak 9-star expert. My name is well known in the world. How can I be humiliated by you like this? Leaving a mark in one's sea of consciousness was equivalent to handing one's life completely into the hands of the other party. As a slave or a servant, one could live and die with a thought. Papa! Papa! Great! Yun Xiao clapped his hands and praised. Lord Zi Xiaoji's eternal spirit is worthy of our admiration. The look of admiration on his face instantly turned into a cold killing intent. He waved his hand and said, Grant his wish, kill him. Wait! Zi Xiaoji sucked in a cold breath and suddenly spread out his 5 fingers to stop everyone. Let's talk this out. We're all well-known figures in the realm of heavenly martial arts, so there's no need to fight and kill each other. If the conditions for peace are not enough, we can always talk about it again. Yun Xiao stepped forward, patted sorrowful Silence on the shoulder, and pulled him to the side as he said in a low voice, How about this? Give me a copy of the Holy Region's income and expenditure accounts for the past 30 years, and we'll be friends, not enemies. No! Zi Xiaoji's entire body trembled, shaking his head like a rattle drum. He said repeatedly, No, if I do this, I'll instantly become the #1 traitor and die without a burial place. What about the ones in the last 10 years? Yun Xiao asked. No, absolutely not. Zi Beiji's face was bitter as he trembled. Young Master Yun Xiao, why don't you change the terms to something I can accept? Besides, it's the financial situation of the Sacred Zone. Why are you looking at it? The rest of the people also looked at each other with strange expressions, not understanding why Yun Xiao would look at these useless things. Only Han Junting's face lit up with surprise. as if she had understood Yunxiao's intention. Hehe, Lord Xiaoji, you also know that your status is noble and your name is known throughout the world. How can you sell the life of such a precious person at such a low price? Why would I come here if it were an ordinary condition? Yunxiao sneered. I don't need it. It's better to kill a peak 9-star expert and the leader of a division of the Holy Region to satisfy my craving. Ever since Luo Qingyun and Azura Ghost appeared, he realized that the Holy Region was far more complicated than he had thought. Moreover, Di Jia had once said that the last avatar of the Demon Master was also suppressed inside. With the existence of such a huge force, the best way to figure out its various operational relationships was to check the financial breakdown. For example, Wei Qing's research on these ghost Azuras must have received the full support of the G Finance Department. With a massive amount of resources invested, he was able to create so many terrifying existences. Moreover, from the various financial situations, one could directly measure the size of the sacred zone. Zi Shaoji also knew the key point, so how could he be willing to let it go? I'd rather give you all my wealth than do such a thing. Don't mention this again. Yunxiao's face turned cold. So, you're saying that if the deal fails, I'll have to start a killing spree? He asked. You want me to take out the accounts? Zi Beiji said with a long face. That's no different from killing me. How about this? Yunxiao said. Have a good talk with me about Wei Qing. If you do well, we'll write off all the previous grievances. If I'm not satisfied with the negotiation, then hehe. Lord Wei Qing is the ruler of the sacred zone, Zi Lingji said. His rank is above mine. How would I know his situation? This is the first time I've seen these ghost Azuras. How could Wei Qing have developed these things without the financial support of the sacred zone? Yunxiao said coldly. As the head of the finance department of the sacred zone, would the inexplicable consumption of a large amount of resources not attract your attention? Zi Xiaoji, you're continuously wearing down my patience. You're looking for death. Young Master Yunxiao, you've really misunderstood me, Zi Beiji hurriedly said. Although I'm in charge of the finance department, the large expenses are all approved by the higher-ups. The only thing I can reveal to Lord Yunxiao is what Lord Wei Qing has done, he said in a low voice. It costs 1/3 of the sacred zone's annual budget. 1/3. Yunxiao was taken aback. With the size of the Holy Region, 1/3 of it was definitely an astronomical figure. Even Ning Qiyun and the others, who were not shrewd, felt that this amount was too large and was definitely not normal. Ning Qiyun's face turned ugly and she said, in that case, the other rulers also know about Wei Qing's ghostly things? Or perhaps this was the intention of the sanctum in the first place. Cold sweat trickled down Zi Xieji's forehead as he said awkwardly, it's hard to say, but even if Lord Wei Qing has some small tricks up his sleeve, with such a massive investment of resources, the other rulers will definitely ask about it. Yunxiao's face was gloomy. If the other four also knew about this, then Wei Qing's attitude toward Red Moon City might be the attitude of the sacred zone. Making an enemy of Wei Qing and making an enemy of the sanctuary were two completely different concepts. Zi Shaoji looked at the ghost Azuras with a strange expression and a look of surprise flashed across his face. But then again, these investments are really worth it. Lord Wei Qing is truly an amazing genius. I was very dissatisfied and complained about these expenses before, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. He immediately sensed the killing intent from the others and shut his mouth. So, you don't even know how many of these ghost Azuras there are, and how many resources are needed to produce one. Yunxiao said coldly, what you want to know is how many ghost Azuras the Holy Region can produce in a year, right? Zi Shaoji laughed bitterly. Although I don't know the exact number, the investment in the past few years has been massive. Even if the research is successful, there won't be many produced each year. As you can see, quite a few of the ingredients are the bodies of ancient beasts or even true spirits. To refine dragon blood, one must possess the bloodline of a dragon. To be able to produce 10 of them is already extremely heaven-defying. Zi Shaoji's statement was in line with Yunxiao's deduction, but he knew that in addition to these ghost Azuras, Wei Qing must have done something unknown to the sacred zone. The corpse puppets that Yang Yuanshu had refined were the corpses of experts of the past generations, so there was no way they would support such a thing. Although this ultimate form wasn't as freakish as Wuxia, it relied on the power provided by the semi-finished dragon's blood. Furthermore, it didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Nor did it know fear. It was even more difficult to deal with than Wuxia. Don't worry, it's impossible to mass-produce the ghost Azura. The most difficult part of creating it isn't the body of the beast, but the main body, a voice suddenly said. Main body? Everyone was stunned as they looked up into the sky. With a slight ripple, Wuxia's figure appeared. The injuries on his body had completely healed. He stared at the 9 ghost Azuras with a complicated expression. Finally, his eyes fell on Luo Qingyun and he said coldly, "Kid with true dragon blood? I was right. Right?" "What?" Yunxiao frowned and said, "Your so-called main body is the body of this Azura ghost, right?" He seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. Could it be that Xianxia? Luo Qingyun looked at him indifferently and said, "That's right, you're right. The biggest bottleneck for the ghost Azura is not the ferocious beast's limbs, but his main body." He turned around and glanced at the 9 ghost Azuras. A complicated look flashed through his eyes as he said, "These 9 people were the same as me. They all had extremely strong bloodlines. That's why they were chosen as test subjects. It was the same for Ruoxiang before, but they failed and became ghost Azuras while I succeeded. Otherwise, Ingluo might have been number 11. His face and tone were extremely calm, but when everyone heard it, it caused 1,000 waves and a chill to spread in their hearts. In particular, Feini, who had the blood of the heavenly phoenix, was pale. Looking at the 9 ghost Azuras, who had a dazed and ferocious expression, he could not help but tremble. Zi Xiaoji's face was also pale and extremely unsightly. Dragon blood can't be extracted and refined on its own. Only the body of a dragon descendant can be used as a container. Therefore, any experiment could only be carried out with the main body of dragon blood. Even the chances of ghost Azuras being formed are extremely low, and most of the main bodies have been turned into ashes during the experiment. Everyone's hair stood on end. Han Junting frowned and asked, "Don't you hate Wei Qing? If you fail, you'll be a walking corpse, a mindless dog." "Hate? Haha, why would I hate him? The result was that I succeeded and they failed." Luo Qingyun laughed wildly, but his laughter was very cold, which made everyone's hair stand on end. "So you don't have to worry," Luo Qingyun said to Yunxiao. "We've been his test subjects for many years. He won't be able to produce any more finished products in a short time." Yunxiao was also shocked. Looking at Luo Qingyun's calm expression, he could not help but admire him. How much pressure had this young man been under all this time? He raised his head and asked, "Feng Zijia, how much more do you know about this?" "I've always thought that Wei Qing was behind this," Wuxia said coldly. "I didn't expect that the sacred zone would openly support it." Back then, when I experimented on human bodies, those pedantic old fogies in the Sea of Soul Formation said that it was a crooked and evil way that was against the heavenly Tao. What about the behavior of the saints? I really want to see what the Sea of Soul Formation elders think about this. "Don't make wild guesses before things are clear," Zibeiji hurriedly said. "This matter might have been done by Lord Wei Qing alone." A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he said coldly, "It seems like the key to this matter is still Wei Qing. As long as we capture him, everything will be clear." "Capture Wei Qing? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult, right?" Han Junting's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at Luo Qingyun. Her hint was obvious. The 9 Azuras in front of her was an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. I'm afraid this true dragon brat has no choice," Wuxia said with a sneer. Luo Qingyun's eyes turned cold and he said, "You know a lot." The 9 ghost Azuras behind him instantly opened their eyes. At the same time, their bodies flashed, and they surrounded Wuxia from top to bottom, making it impossible for even a drop of water to pass through. Wuxia's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He wiped it off and said in a daze, I'm just guessing. Don't get angry. Young people need to learn to control their emotions. Anyone would have to admit defeat under the gaze of 9 peak martial emperor powerhouses. Everyone suddenly had an illusion that Luo Qingyun might have become the most powerful person in the world. Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said thoughtfully, I also agree with Qiu Mujia's deduction. There must be a restriction on Luo Qingyun's body. Wei Qing would definitely not allow himself to be out of control. With such a powerful combat force running around outside, Luo Qingyun's eyes flashed with gloominess and he said coldly, My business is none of your business. But if you want to deal with Wei Qing, I will not stand by and do nothing. It seems like it'll be difficult to catch Wei Qing, Han Junting sighed. Not necessarily, Yunxiao said. Don't forget that there are still a few transcendent existences under this illusion. If they can help us, our chances of success will be very high. Ning Qiyu Ningxi said, The only ones who can attack now are the divine transcendence expert from the Sea of Soul Formation and young Master Yu. The arrow before the illusion appeared should be the silver moon Xianxia, right? If the 3 of them were willing to help us, we would indeed have a great chance of capturing Wei Qing. But why would they help us? Yunxiao smiled strangely and said, The one in the Sea of Soul Formation forced Tingguang into a desperate situation. I'm afraid he has also lost a lot of his primordial energy. Gongzi Yu has always been mysterious, and he's not the kind of person who's easily persuaded. I'm confident that I can persuade Xianxia. You know Martial Emperor Silver Moon? Ning Qiun was shocked. It's a long story, Yunxiao said. However, it was not enough to rely on Xianxia alone. Yao Jinliang alone was enough for him. In my calculations, there are other people who can really be used by us. Who is it? Everyone was curious. Luo Qingyun's face was even uglier. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao, are you showing me contempt by saying this in front of me? I know you've always been magnanimous, Yunxiao said with a smile. Besides, isn't an incisive battle what you've been longing for? I'm helping you look for a worthy opponent. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. I know who you're talking about, Han Junting suddenly said. Yunxiao was surprised. As he looked at Han Junting's watery eyes, his heart suddenly moved. His intuition told him that she had really thought of it. Smart women are scary, he praised from the bottom of his heart. Beautiful women are also scary. With both, it's extremely scary. I'm stupid, that's why I'm cute, Fanny chuckled. Ning Qiun stomped her foot and said, Junting? Who are you talking about? Hurry up and say it. I'm so anxious. Han Junting looked at Wei Yong's body on the ground and said, In this illusionary realm, other than the few people Martial Uncle mentioned, the only ones who can deal with these 9 ghost Azuras are those from the demon clan. Ning Qiun replied, The monster race? But why did they help us kill the ghost Azura? Han Junting said, Lord Zi Xiaoji just said that the demon race saved Tang Qing. Tang Jie was with Yao Li just now. It's obvious that they're on the same side. Luo Qingyun is the one who robbed Tang Qing of the city lord of the Crimson Moon City. Luo Qingyun frowned, snorted disdainfully, and said in a cold voice, If those people of the monster race don't know what's good for them, I'll send them and Tang Qing to heaven. Yunxiao laughed. See? This is an irreconcilable conflict. As long as we send Luo Qingyun to the place where those demons are, and with a little instigation they will easily fight. You coward! Luo Qingyun was speechless. If that's the case, we do have a chance of winning, Ning Qiun said after some thought. If that's the case, I'll have to make you all stay here forever, Luo Qingyun said coldly. There's no need to lie to your heart, Yunxiao said with a smile. In fact, you want us to deal with Wei Qing. I don't know if there's a restriction placed on you, but I know that a proud expert who possesses the true dragon's blood will never be willing to be under someone else. His eyes turned cold, shooting out cold stars as he said, Because you're a true dragon, you're going to cross the sky. Luo Qingyun clenched his fists tightly. The fluctuation of his emotions caused the elemental energy around his body to ripple. It was obvious that he was not calm. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. Luo Qingyun, who now possessed level 10 god blood, was bound to become one of the most dazzling new stars in the world. It's difficult to even meet those divine transcendence experts, Han Junting said. I didn't expect so many of them to be here. I'm afraid half of the world's top experts are trapped in the great illusionary realm. Yun Xiao suddenly laughed. Hee. If Teng Guang dies, this great illusionary land will directly turn into a killing array and kill everyone. Then, Teng Guang's death will be worth it. Zi Xiaoji said angrily. Teng Guang is too sinister. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Even if he dies, he'll drag everyone along. That's normal, Han Junting said. I would do the same if I had the ability. Ning Qiyun's body suddenly trembled. She looked at her in surprise, as if it was the first time she felt that her martial nephew was so scary. Han Junting took out the astrolabe and said, It's fortunate that Li hasn't discovered the mark yet. Let's hurry up and leave. Those demons aren't far away. She waved her hand, and the golden leaf flew over. Everyone jumped on it, turned into a golden light, and disappeared. After a few hours, on a vast ocean, huge waves were surging. A ray of golden light shot out from the void and turned into a golden leaf, which flew forward quickly. The golden leaves rode the wind and broke through the waves, splitting the entire sea into two and surging to the sides. Boom! Suddenly, a wave exploded on the sea in front of them. A completely black human-shaped monster stood up. It was 300 meters tall, and it held a trident in its hand. It roared and stabbed down. Is this an illusion? Han Junting asked. Yun Xiao shook his head. I don't know. Anything can happen in the great illusionary realm. I'll just kill him. I'll do it, said Bei Xiaonan. He walked to the front of the golden leaf and pulled out his sword with a clang. A huge flying sword appeared above the golden leaf and flew with the leaf. 10,000 fathoms, traceless. The eternal imperial sword in his hand slashed out, and the huge shadow of the flying sword suddenly flew forward, splitting the entire sea and sky. Boom! The huge human-shaped monster let out a miserable roar. Its entire body was split into two halves, and fresh blood burst out, spraying all over the sea. As soon as the monsters were killed, the sun shone down and the sky was clear. That's Ying Luo. Han Junting was taken aback as she stared straight ahead. In the distance, on the surface of the sea, amidst the mist, she could see a palace standing tall. Great illusionary palace? Yun Xiao was surprised. Great illusionary palace? That must be it. Han Junting said happily. That Yao Li must have gone to break the formation. Are we just going to wait and see? With Li's strength, he may not be able to break this array, Yun Xiao said thoughtfully. Let's follow him and have a look. We just need to be prepared to adapt to the situation. Yes, leaving this place is our top priority. Han Junting nodded. The golden leaf's flying speed suddenly increased, and it was as fast as lightning. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the golden leaf stopped in front of the huge palace. The palace was magnificent, with 18 huge pillars supporting the main hall. At the top of the main hall, there were a few large words painted. It was the Great Illusionary Palace. As expected, Han Junting's eyes lit up with joy. Those demon clansmen and Teng Guang are most likely inside. Her most ardent wish was to leave as soon as possible, and she did not care about capturing Wei Qing. Why does this hall look so strange? Yun Xiao asked curiously. Such a heaven-defying formation. It's strange, Ning Qiyun said. Maybe there are other people inside, Han Junting said. Let's go in. Everyone looked at Yun Xiao, as if he were their leader. I have a feeling of uneasiness, Yun Xiao said after a moment of silence. It doesn't seem to be so simple. Could it be that all the powerhouses have already gathered in the clouds? Ning Qiyun frowned. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. There's no reason to retreat, Zilingji said. All right, Yun Xiao said. Since everyone thinks we should go in, I naturally have no objection. Han Junting quickly cast an art on the golden leaf. With a flash of light, it turned into a shadow and penetrated through the hall. The scene in front of everyone's eyes brightened. The light in the hall was blinding, and there were actually countless bright lamps embedded in the surroundings. making it a resplendent scene. Ah, this is Ing Luo. Han Junting suddenly exclaimed. Soaring light! A man was currently sitting on a throne encrusted with gold and jade in the vast hall, and his face was abnormally pale. Tang Guang slowly opened his eyes, revealing a strange expression, and said, You guys are here, Ing Luo. Han Junting bowed and said, Junior greets Lord King Level Master. Please put away this array and let us go. Release? This lord's life is hanging by a thread. No one can leave. All of you can stay and die with me. Haha. Tang Guang's face flickered with a demonic color and revealed a cruel expression. My lord, if I can cure your injuries, will you let us go? Ning Qiyun asked. Tang Guang snorted coldly and said, Of course you can cure this lord, but even I can't do anything about it, so what can you do with just a few people? I have a few peerless elixirs in my hands, so it's not impossible, Ning Qiyun said. Oh, let me see. Tang Guang revealed a strange expression. Ning Qiyun nodded and was about to go forward. Hold on. Stop. Yun Xiao suddenly shouted and stopped Ning Qiyun. His eyes flickered with a demonic light as he stared at the stage. He pointed at Tang Guang and said, You're not a king-level expert. The crowd was taken aback and looked at Yun Xiao in confusion, but they were all on alert. Oh! Tang Guang revealed a strange smile and said, If I'm not a king-level expert, then who am I? Yun Xiao seemed to have expected this. He calmly retracted his hand and said indifferently, I don't know who you are, but it's most likely a trap set by Li. Why do you say that? Tang Guang was stunned and frowned. Because Tang Guang won't put away the great illusionary array for the sake of his life, Yun Xiao said. Tang Guang was dumbfounded again. I don't understand what you mean. Make it simple. The rest of the people were also looking at Yun Xiao suspiciously, but they were sure that the man in front of them was most likely not him, so their faces turned grave. Although the great illusionary array is Tang Guang's natal array, his understanding of it is limited, Yun Xiao said with a chuckle. It's not like he can't understand it. The real great illusionary formation was the realm of reality, which turned illusionary into reality. It was no longer an illusion. To comprehend the true great void is his lifelong pursuit of the array Tao. For this pursuit he could die to prove his Tao. That doesn't mean I should die, Tang Guang said. Don't tell me I don't want to live even if I have the chance? Yun Xiao smiled. What you don't know is that Tang Guang has long wanted to prove the way of the great void with his life. The reason why he hasn't made a move is that he is afraid that his cultivation is not enough and he will die in vain. And this great void realm can already pass off as the real one. I'm afraid that the current situation is exactly what Tang Guang wants. How can he give up the formation's development just because he wants to live? Soaring Light was stunned. Die for Tao? What a lunatic. It seems that breaking this formation will be far more difficult than I imagined. Yun Xiao? He gave Yun Xiao a look and asked, You are Li Yun Xiao, right? This time, it was Yun Xiao's turn to be stunned. A strange person actually knows me? Humph. I'm not a random person. Tang Guang stood up immediately and his aura began to change. His entire figure became blurry and slowly turned into a stranger's figure. On his forehead, 3 small round arrays were carved, and they were crossed by a horizontal line. He had a handsome face, but his body was in a demon form. He stared at the crowd coldly and said, I am Chong, and of the ugly monster clan of the 8 monster tribes. You can call me Lord N. The 8 demonic tribes. Everyone was shocked. There were 8 most powerful races in the monster race, and they were called the 8 divisions. Back then, Rain was once a member of the Prison Demon clan of the 8 tribes. However, after the Prison Demon clan's demonstration, they were eventually squeezed out of the 8 tribes. The 8 tribes were the 8 most powerful tribes in the current demon race. And this person was actually the clan leader of one of the 8 tribes. His strength was not to be underestimated. Yun Xiao's heart sank, and his face turned extremely solemn. Other than Shang, Li Yi, and Fu, there was a new monster race, and it was the leader of the 8 tribes. That meant that Shang had already made contact with the monsters in the starry lunar illusion, and had formed an alliance. looking at Yunxiao's face, and did not know that he had thought so much. She thought that he was frightened, so she snorted and said, "It's useless to be afraid. Since I've appeared, it's your doomsday." His eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Daring to injure Lord Li and leave a mark on her body is already a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Besides, Yunxiao is a man who Lord Li has repeatedly urged us to kill." Han Junting's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth. "So Li Zhao already noticed it," and Cui laughed. "The Juli tribe is one of the most ancient tribes of the demon race. If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Li's powers have yet to recover, how could you mere ants hurt her? As for that childish brand, it's even more laughable." Han Junting's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. She was obviously angry that she had fallen into the trap. Anne's eyes revealed a strange look, and she stared at her with a lustful look. "You're quite pretty. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman among the humans. I'll spare your life, and you'll be my slave from now on, serving me with all your heart." Han Junting's anger and embarrassment turned into killing intent as she said coldly, "You reckless thing! Ha ha ha!" Yunxiao could not help but laugh and said, "Many thanks for Lord Li's care. Then this great illusionary palace is also fake," and waved her hand, and a stretch of demonic words appeared with the flip of her sleeve. The scene in the hall changed, and they appeared in a desert. There were hundreds of stone pillars around them, and they were all inserted into the ground. Array runes appeared around the stone pillars, and the pillars were covered with all kinds of strange demon characters. The entire desert was covered with countless array runes, and it looked very messy. "This is the heaven-destroying 100 beasts formation left behind by Lord Li to take your lives," and said coldly, "I'll leave someone to supervise the formation to prevent any fish from escaping." Yunxiao was taken aback. The arrangement of these pillars were very similar to the pillars of true spirit in the Ocean Emperor's palace, and there seemed to be some connection between the two. "How's the power of this formation? I hope that Lord N can explain it to me so that I can die in a clearer way." "Humph. There's no need to explain, you'll know its power very soon." Anne's figure flashed and she teleported to a huge stone pillar. She used one hand to form a seal. The seal suddenly became bigger and covered the entire area within 1,000 feet in an instant. All the stone pillars seemed to be injected with power and turned green like jade. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar rang out, followed by a second, and then a third. Everyone was shocked. The phantom of a fierce beast appeared in each jade pillar, slowly emerging above the jade pillar and turning into reality. This buy-in, everyone was dumbfounded. The so-called 100 beasts array was actually made up of 100 beasts, and it seemed like there were more than 100 of them. The auras that these ferocious beasts emitted were all abnormally fierce, and they were not any weaker than the ghost Azura. This swan and I, everyone's heart turned cold. They huddled together back to back and stared vigilantly at the ferocious beasts in all directions. Their palms were covered in cold sweat. Zi Xiaoji swallowed and said with a shiver, These fierce beasts can't all be real, right? How is that possible?" Han Junting gritted her teeth. 100 peak 9-star fierce beasts? With this kind of power, that Li would have long been the king of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Everyone felt that his words were reasonable, and the chill in their hearts suddenly lessened. Yunxiao's moon-like pupils flickered with a strange light as he said in surprise, "Yao Li's comprehension of formations is extremely high. These beasts have borrowed the power of the great illusionary land. They are neither real nor fake, both real and fake." "What do you mean?" Ning Qiyun frowned. "These beasts are real," Yunxiao said. "They are just not as strong as they are." Furthermore, this formation had already been integrated into the great illusionary formation and had become a part of it. Li really isn't an array master like Tengguang. Perhaps she can really break the great illusionary array. Ning Qiyun's face turned green and she said, "You're saying that the 100 beasts are real?" Roar! The ferocious beast closest to her transformed from the jade pillar and pounced down with a loud roar. Ning Qian formed a palm with one hand and slapped it directly without any moves. Bang! The beast let out a blood-curdling screech as it was forced back dozens of meters. That ferocious face was covered in blood, and the violent chi in his body was released. He roared madly and rushed forward again. So strong. What? Ning Qian was shocked and cried out. He must have at least the strength of a 9-stars martial emperor to be able to take one of my palm strikes without dying. Could it be that these 100 fierce beasts are Swan and I? She didn't dare to finish her sentence, but everyone saw it and their hearts sank. Even Luo Qingyun's face turned pale. His 9 ghost Azuras would be torn to pieces by more than 100 9-star martial emperor demonic beasts. Haha, this old woman is right. Although these beasts were fake, they had the power of a 9-stars martial emperor. Furthermore, they are one with the great illusionary land. Unless you can break the entire illusionary land, you will have to kill them one by one. Haha. More than 100 9-stars martial sovereigns. And laughed sinisterly and said excitedly, "You are indeed the ancestor of the Jili tribe. If Lord Li had not been injured by you, I'm afraid you would have been able to set up the legendary 10,000 beast array, which is enough to destroy the world." Everyone trembled. If the 10,000 beasts array was made up of 10,000 9-star martial emperor beasts, it would be no joke to destroy the world. Han Junting looked around at the horde of beasts. Although she was scared, she still said, "These ferocious beasts are basically beginner 9-star martial sovereigns. Luo Qingyun's Azura Ghost can fight 10 of them at once, so there's nothing to be afraid of. With us, we'll definitely win." Yunxiao nodded and said, "I thought it was just the few of us. I didn't expect a freak like Luo Qingyun to come. It's already a great honor for us to set up such a great formation. But we still miscalculated." Miscalculated? What nonsense are you guys talking about? Could it be that he's gone crazy from fear and is starting to spout nonsense? And Cui said with a smile, "Humph, nonsense." Luo Qingyun snorted and waved his hand. "Kill!" With one word, the entire crippled 100 beasts array was filled with killing intent. The powerful auras that burst out from the 9 ghost Azuras instantly condensed into a barrier and turned into a violent wind that attacked the surroundings. The strength of the astral winds directly sent some of the ferocious beasts that were closer flying. "What?" And was suddenly shocked, her eyes instantly popping out and her mouth opening wide. Although he had noticed the 9 strange-looking things in the beginning, he did not pay much attention to them. At this moment, the power that burst out was actually peak 9-star. "Kill!" Luo Qingyun shouted again, and the ghost Azuras figures flashed and rushed out in all directions. He also reached out and grabbed his spear as he charged into the herd of beasts. "Let's go!" Yunxiao shouted coldly. Along the way, his strength had almost recovered. He directly took out the Tusita Heaven and smashed it over. With a boom, a fierce beast was smashed into a meat pie. "What?" An's eyes were wide like copper bells. The visual impact of Yunxiao's smash was too strong, and a fierce beast with the combat strength of a 9-stars martial emperor was instantly turned into a meat paste. Not only that, but the surrounding beasts were also sent flying several feet away. And Xian was shocked, and even Han Junting and the others were shocked. "Haha! That mountain peak of yours is too awesome. When are you going to get one for me?" The evil spirit's face was full of envy as it cried out and slashed at the fierce beast in front of it. "Humph!" Yunxiao retracted the mountain, took out his ice sword, and slashed at it. That thing was too energy-consuming, and with his own strength, he could only use it 3 or 4 times at most. As soon as everyone made their move, the group of beasts was instantly killed and pushed back. A large number of them fell down, and their formation was in chaos. And suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly pointed out with her right finger, drawing a seal in front of her. Very quickly, a scarlet seal was drawn and she slapped it down, shouting, "All of you, get up!" The seal pressed on the stone array, and a red light flashed, as if a trace of blood was spreading. Roar! Roar! Deep roars spread out from the formation. The eyes of all the ferocious beasts began to turn red one by one. The long fur and scales on their bodies also began to change color. The brutal aura of the ancient barbarian spread throughout the entire array, forcing everyone to feel a little breathless. The beasts in the illusion can go berserk? Han Junting was shocked. A bunch of boring cats and dogs. Let's kill them slowly, Luo Qingyun said coldly. He thrust his spear forward and struck the scales of a ferocious beast with a clang, causing sparks to fly. He couldn't help but frown. He patted the spear with his left hand, causing countless golden waves to rise before stabbing it in. Roar! The beast's eyes were bloodshot, and it rushed up even though its stomach was pierced. It used its sharp horn to hit Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun didn't retreat or dodge. The 5 fingers of his left hand opened, turned into a dragon claw, and suddenly clawed forward. Bang! A brutal aura exploded in his palm, shaking the surrounding space, but it couldn't push him back. The power of these things has indeed increased by quite a bit. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank and he shouted, "True dragon break!" The spear stirred, and a dragon's might spread out from his body. It turned into golden waves that swept out along the spear and directly blasted into the body of the beast. Boom! Green gas came out of the beast's body, and its flesh exploded, turning into a bloody rain. The scene was bloody and cruel. Although all the beast's strength had been greatly strengthened, they were still being pushed back. The 9 ghost Azuras were no less brutal than the beasts, and under the suppression of the countless violent auras, the baleful chi in the dragon blood continued to spread out, making them abnormally vicious. Besides, Yunxiao noticed a detail. Although the 9 ghost Azuras had consumed a lot of their strength, they were also replenishing it very quickly. From time to time, mouths would pop out of their bodies to devour their primordial cores. For example, after Ghost Azura No. 10 cruelly smashed a ferocious beast's heart with a punch. He threw a pile of primordial cores into the air, curled up his long tail and swung it in the air. 9 mouths suddenly appeared on the tail, which was 5 to 6 feet long. The mouths were surrounded by a circular formation, which formed a straight line. They all opened, revealing white teeth. With a roll of its tail, the 9 mouths swallowed the primordial core one after another. After chewing a few times, the primordial core slowly disappeared. Even the 9 formation circles had become extremely dim and almost undetectable. Soon after, his entire tail was filled with surging spiritual energy. As if he had been injected with hormones, the ghost Azura number 10 roared a few times, and his aura continued to rise. Although these ghost Azuras couldn't use a medium like the battleship fish like Wuxia, which could transform vital stones into vital energy at a 100% rate, and form a terrifying state that would never be exhausted, they could still recover their strength very quickly by relying on this vital eating pill. This was an extremely abnormal pioneering move. Each of the ghost Azuras wore a spatial ring on their fingers, which should be filled with primordial cores. Humph! Wuxia, who was fighting at the side, coldly snorted. He had clearly seen this detail as well, and his face was gloomy. Yunxiao suddenly had a whimsical idea as he teased. Feng Zijia. These ghost Azuras are really similar to you. If you were to be injected with 10th tier dragon blood, would your ultimate body be able to evolve into a physical body of the late stage? Your thinking is too simple, Wuxia said coldly. In the study of the human body, there was no one in the world who was better than him. In the human body, there are 3 great barriers that are difficult to overcome, namely the soul, the bloodline, and the genetic chain. Based on my research on bloodline power, as long as the concentration of dragon blood reaches 30%, the other vessels will not be able to withstand it. 30% is like a chasm that is hard to cross, and according to my estimation, the 10th grade blood is at least 90%. If such thick dragon blood is injected into my body, the danger will be even greater than the 5 major poisons of extinction. It will definitely destroy the balance of my ultimate body, causing my physical body to completely collapse. Wei Qing chose the main body to modify, so the higher the original concentration, the better. Otherwise, the investment would be too great, and even the sanctuary realm would not be able to withstand such losses. What? Yunxiao was shocked. If we can develop a container that can withstand the dragon blood. Does that mean we can mass-produce true spirits? Xianxia frowned. In theory, that's the case. However, the key to creating the container lies in the breakthrough of the genetic chain of the three major barriers. The difficulty of this research is no less than the blood barrier itself. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said with excitement, I have a feeling that if I can completely unlock the genetic chain, I won't need level 10 blood anymore. I can even sanctify my body directly. However, with my current level of art, I can't even figure out how many genetic chains there are in my body, much less unlock them all. At the end of his sentence, Xianxia became a little dejected and shook his head. The bloodline research that Wei Qing chose might be the simplest of the three great strongholds. In fact, the cultivation of any godly body, including the transformation of my ultimate body, is all about opening and modifying the gene strands to release the original power of the body. Xianxia kept nodding, obviously having learned a lot. The opening of the 8 gates of the physical body and the cultivation of the tyrant body tempering technique were also constantly releasing the power of the physical body. He had similar speculations before, but after hearing Xianxia's words, many key points suddenly became clear. As and watched the beasts being killed one after another while Xianxia and Xianxia talked and killed indifferently, as if they did not take the array seriously at all, she cried out in anger, Damned human! I'll personally deal with you. He leaped up and pounced at Xianxia. Xianxia was someone Li Qian had repeatedly urged him to find a way to kill. If he could not complete the task, he would not have the face to see Li. Moreover, when the great demon set up the array and retreated, he had patted his chest and promised that he would kill everyone. Now, it seemed almost impossible to kill everyone, so he could only kill Xianxia first and then think of a way. Swish! All of a sudden, a terrifying sword chi flashed through the air, tearing through the sky without any warning and piercing through his body, under the sword light, and was cut in half at the waist. The upper half of his body was still in a daze. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at his broken waist in disbelief and fell. Pa! The upper half of the body fell directly at Xianxia's feet, and its eyes were filled with unwillingness as it slowly closed. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked at the beautiful man in white in the sky and said, Beifeng Nan, your power seems to be recovering. The person who had just attacked was Beifeng Nan. He nodded and said, Perhaps it's because I've absorbed the spiritual energy. In addition to my immortal body, I do feel an increase in power. When he first came out of the black tortoise starry sky, his power was so strong that he was not even close to the peak of the 9-star, but now he could kill a peak 9-star monster with one sword. Although it was suspected to be a sneak attack, the body of a monster was far better than that of a human. Immortal body? Xianxia was taken aback and sized him up, but he didn't see anything unusual. The person in charge of the formation is dead. Why hasn't the formation been broken yet? Ning Qiyun frowned. This array has been integrated into the Great Illusionary Array, Xianxia said with a wry smile. It has nothing to do with the person in charge of the array. Let's kill them slowly. It'll be fine after we're done. He raised his sword and was about to slash at a fierce beast in front of him when his body suddenly froze and stopped. What? Xianxia's face flickered, and he quickly lowered his head. He saw that An's half-body was holding one of his feet with both hands. He should have been dead, but at this moment, his bright eyes were wide open and there was a look of ridicule on his face. Hee, are you surprised? Ha ha, this is the innate divine ability of our ugly demon clan. This is the true undying body, and burst into laughter. Her body, which had been cut in half, suddenly grew taller and grew out a complete lower body. Then, she suddenly threw a punch at Xianxia's heart. Dissing Luo, everyone was dumbfounded. At that moment, the beast in front of Xianxia pounced on him, raised its huge, furry palm, and slapped down. At this moment, another extremely dangerous fluctuation came silently. At some point, the lower part of his body, which had been cut in half, had turned into a complete person. He appeared behind Xianxia like a ghost and threw a punch at him. The 3 attacks locked down the sky and the earth, completely surrounding the space. It had happened so suddenly that the people around him could no longer save him, and Xianxia was in no hurry to dodge. He could only roar as a golden light glowed from his body. He formed a hand seal with his hands and slapped at the giant hand in the sky. At the same time, four arms appeared behind his back, each of them performing hand seals, both hands forming fists and palms, slapping forward. He formed a hand seal with his other hand and used both moves to meet the fist behind him. What? This time, it was Anne's turn to be shocked. The two ends in front and behind both looked stunned and shocked. Boom! The three forces collided together, and the golden light spread in all directions, soaring into the sky. At the same time, demonic energy gushed out of the golden light. Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, and countless demonic patterns covered his body in the golden light. The demonic beast in the sky was sent flying by the hand seal. It spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air and died. Xianxia was struck by the 2 honest, and the tremendous force shook his body, injuring him in an instant. His 3 heads vomited blood, and his 6 eyes were cold, and was shocked by his materialization state. After the attack, she immediately understood that she had lost her best opportunity. The 2 figures flashed in the air and actually escaped in 2 different directions. Humph, stay! Beifeng Nan shouted coldly. He took a step in the air and appeared behind an An. He raised his hand, and a green light danced on his palm. It turned into a simple triangular mark and slapped down. In his shock, An couldn't dodge in time and hurriedly turned around to punch at the palm print. Bang! When the 2 forces collided, An seemed to have lost her strength because she had sent her clone out. She was forced to take a few steps back. Bei Xiaonan stomped his foot and rushed forward, suppressing his fist print. Green light shot out from his fist and palm, turning into a dense qi. This is a Xianxia. Anne's eyes popped out, filled with fear and shock. She saw that her fist had turned green and her entire arm had lost all feeling. That green color was still spreading at an unimaginable speed. He had clearly used Emperor Qi to seal his meridians and acupuncture points, but it had still spread to half of his body. Ah! He suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech as half of his body instantly rotted away. He could only watch helplessly as it corroded away. Moreover, under the scene of this blood-curdling screech, his entire body turned green. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of green gas and fell backward. He fell to the ground with a bang and his body slowly corroded. Everyone looked at Beifeng Nan in fear. Now, they finally understood why the Ghost King summoned by Li had abandoned the offerings and fled with one move. There was a contract between the ghost and the summoner. Not only would they lose the sacrifice if they ran away, but they would also suffer the backlash of the contract. The backlash was extremely brutal, and few people dared to violate it. Qiu Mujia's eyes suddenly burst with light as he cried out, "Green poison! The 7 illusion green damask of the major 5 poisons of extinction. You? Who are you?" Everyone's body trembled, and they revealed shocked expressions at the same time. The 5 poisons of mass extinction were extremely famous, but this kind of thing seemed extremely far away. They didn't expect it to have such divine might. Qiu Mujia appeared extremely agitated, and his emotions seemed to fluctuate greatly. He hoarsely said, "To be able to control the 5 major poisons of extinction, you must have the divine body of the heaven-earth venomous body. Why have I never heard of such an expert?" Beimeng Nan's expression was calm as he said softly, "There are many experts you have never heard of." This sentence caused Qiu Mujia to choke, not knowing what to say. Not far away, and was also stopped by Ning Qiyun. He was beaten up so badly that he kept spitting out blood. "Don't you have an immortal body? Why is he still vomiting blood?" Ning Qiyun said coldly. With a flip of her hand, she slapped a few more times and Njun fell to the ground, smashing a big pit. He was lying in the pit with blood all over his body. "Martial uncle, stop fighting. One more move and he'll die." Han Junting stopped Ning Qiyun. "Humph! What 8 demon clans, they're trash." Ning Qiyun's face was gloomy and she spat, and lay in the deep pit, blood flowing out of her 7 orifices. She raised her hand as if she wanted to refute, but her throat made a few gulps and she couldn't speak at all. "Don't kill him," Xianxia said. "Keep him for interrogation. If he doesn't say anything, I'll search his soul directly." He had just been attacked by the combined forces of N and the other two, and his body had suffered quite a bit of injury. If he were to search his soul now, he was afraid that his injuries would worsen. Furthermore, these demon races' divine arts were strange. If by any chance the soul power backfired, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. And struggled a few times in the pit. Her eyes were filled with unyielding resentment. "We've lost track of Li, so we can only rely on him now," Han Junting said. "Everyone, let's kill all these beasts first." Everyone nodded and quickly rushed into the hundreds of beasts, fighting even faster. Li Zhuangming did not expect that Luo Qingyun and Azura Ghost would appear. The heaven-destroying 100 beasts array, which was originally set up, could kill even 10 Xianxios. A foolproof plan was still no match for the arrangement of fate. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 100 beasts were all killed. The entire desert was illuminated red under the scorching sun, and the smell of blood filled the air. Everything within a radius of 10,000 feet had turned into bloody sand. However, everyone present had their hands stained with blood. Although the scene was glaring, they didn't care. "What do we do now?" Ning Qiun asked. She looked at Xianxia, who seemed to have become the backbone of everyone at the moment. But Xianxia had been sitting cross-legged in the desert, as if he had entered a meditative state and was adjusting his injuries. Ning Qiun could only look at Han Junting, her wise and resourceful junior nephew. Han Junting sighed and said, "I know nothing about illusions. Let's wait for Xianxia to wake up, or wait for this Yaoan to speak. Then we'll capture him and interrogate him about Li's whereabouts. There must be some way to contact him. Right? Since he stayed behind to cover the retreat, he must have a way to catch up," Ning Qiun said. She jumped into the pit and checked on N's injuries. He then took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth, forcing him to swallow them. Although N was seriously injured, her mind was still clear. She stared at Ning Qiun with resentment and resisted the medicine forcefully. In the end, Ning Qiun broke all his teeth with a single slap and swallowed the pill along with his broken teeth. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, you're cheap." Ning Qiun scolded him a few times, and at the same time, she patted several important acupoints on his body and branded them, in case he ran away after recovering his strength. And had also noticed it, and her eyes turned ashen. After meditating, Xianxia showed up in the Divine Realm tablet. All of a sudden, a beam of sword chi rose into the air and slashed at his head. Clang! Xianxia raised his hand and gently pinched the broadsword between his 2 fingers, causing a golden light to flash out. The entire broadsword was vibrating non-stop. No matter how much force the water deity exerted, she could not move it at all. "What are you doing? Are you bored?" Xianxia glared at her, then raised 2 fingers and flicked the water deity several feet away. "Good. You're bullying me. I'm going to kill you." The water deity was covered in golden armor. As she waved her sword in front of her, dragon language was heard around her. "This is a Xianxia." Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The space behind the water deity became blurry, and a huge black shadow slowly appeared. In an instant, 11 deep-sea monsters crossed the boundary and came. This Ingluo Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded as he said in a daze, "You can actually summon this thing into my Divine Realm tablet?" He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood and muttered, "Since I can come to the realm of heavenly martial arts as you please, it's not surprising that I can come to the Divine Realm tablet." "Humph, Li Yunxiao, I've got the wrong person, and I'm going to kill you today." The water deity's face was full of anger, and the sword technique was displayed in front of her. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and turning back was the shore. The sword momentum accumulated higher and higher, and a golden light dazzled. The 11 deep-sea monsters behind him also began to sway, ready to attack at any time. The chemical cultivator crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood quietly in the distance, looking on with a cold expression. Xianxia gave him a look and said, "What's wrong with Water Fairy? What's wrong with you?" "Humph." The chemical cultivator snorted and turned his face away, as if he did not want to see Xianxia. "Go to hell, Li Xianxia, you big liar." The water deity was furious. In a flash, the sword chi slashed down, cutting a huge hole in the sky. The power of the slash was extremely sharp and arrived in an instant. Swish! In a flash, Xianxia disappeared from where he was and reappeared directly above her, shouting, "Wait! What exactly happened? Explain clearly. If I let you continue, my divine realm tablet will be finished." Woo-woo! The water deity burst into tears. Her eyes were red as she said, "Li Xianxia, you big liar. You already have a wife." "Xianxia, hee. Woo-woo. Since you already have a wife, why are you still with me?" The water deity cried very sadly and kept on sobbing. The chemical cultivator looked at him coldly and said, "What I hate the most in my life is a married man like you, who pretends to be single to seduce an underaged and innocent girl. Fortunately, my junior sister discovered it early. Get lost, and don't ever come looking for my junior sister again." "Uncle, we're not meeting." "Xianxia, hee." He patted his head a few times and didn't know what to say. He only heard the water deity cry even harder. Xianxia was speechless. He made a few gestures in the air with his hands before he said, "First, I don't have a wife. 2, my Ran. "What? You're still trying to deny it?" The water deity cried. "That phoenix called Fanny called you husband. You're still pretending. You can continue pretending." Xianxia found it hard to explain, so he could only glare at her and say, "I, Li Xianxia, have been honest all my life. When have I ever pretended? Besides, what does it have to do with you whether I have a wife or not?" The water deity wiped her tears and said with a pitiful expression, "You really don't have a wife." Xianxia felt a headache coming on. "It's not a matter of whether I have a wife or not. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand?" The chemical cultivator said coldly, "Junior sister, do you still want to be fooled? What he's saying is that he has a wife." Woo-woo! The water deity immediately started wailing. The golden light around her body also disappeared. She just squatted in the air and cried, "Xianxia, hee. My junior sister is the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, the princess of the 4 seas." The Huaxiao said coldly, "She would never share a man with another woman." Li Xianxia, put away your filthy heart. Filthy your sister. One more word and I'll beat you to death. Xianxia gave the chemical cultivator an angry shout and sent him away with a wave of his hand. Water Fairy was the only one left squatting in the sky and crying. Xianxia did not know what to do, so he suddenly shouted, "Don't cry!" As expected, Water Deity stopped for a moment. She raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with tears, and then she started crying again. Xianxia was speechless, so he had to give in and comfort her. "Don't cry. I really don't have a wife. I'm not lying to you." "Really? Really?" Only then did the water deity stop sobbing, but her tears still flowed down like a spring. "Really," Xianxia said, "but you have to understand that whether I have a wife or not has nothing to do with you." "Wah-woo-woo. You're saying that again. So there must be something." Water deity's voice was filled with tears, and her tears started to flow again. "Stop, stop, stop, I really didn't. I swear. I really swear I didn't." Xianxia was finally scared, and he did not dare to say anything else. The water deity then used her sleeve to wipe her tears and smiled. "Really?" Looking at her red eyes and innocent face, Xianxia could not help but feel touched, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He reached out to wipe the tears off her face and said gently, "It's true. Woo-woo. So I've wrongly blamed you." The water deity fell down and threw herself into Yunxiao's arms. She buried her head in his arms and hugged him tightly. Yunxiao's body trembled as a sweet fragrance wafted into his nose, and he could not help but have a reaction. Water deity's entire body trembled as she said, "Fish, fish bones he." The fish bones on your body are poking me, he. Yunxiao. He. He could feel his blood flowing faster, and he could feel the water deity's body temperature rising. The face that was pressed against his chest felt hot. He couldn't help but open his arms and hug the water deity tightly. He sniffed the fragrance and was lost in his thoughts. The water deity's face also turned red, and she said, those fish bones seem to be very hot. Why do you have fish bones on your body? I'll help you pull it out. Yunxiao quivered, and the confusion in his mind was instantly cleared. He gently stroked the water fairy's hair, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He slowly held her arm and gently pushed it away. The water deity blushed. She lowered her head and looked at the tent under Yunxiao's body, then reached out and grabbed it. Yunxiao was embarrassed. He hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, it's okay. Fish bones don't appear often. They'll be gone soon. The water deity didn't understand and couldn't figure it out after thinking for a while. She only gave a soft "oh" and lowered her head, looking more embarrassed than a flower. Yunxiao chuckled and knocked her on the head as he said, don't be like this. I won't be used to it. Yes. The water deity moaned softly, her head still lowered as she fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Oh. Yunxiao patted his head and said, I almost forgot what I'm here for. His face turned serious, and he said, water deity, I need the power of your blood to help me cultivate my spirit, sacred art. Narcissus was stunned for a moment before he said, we've already made an agreement to provide you with the power of blood. However, my bloodline has yet to be fully developed, so can I help you? Yunxiao nodded. Sure, but I'm not very confident. But I don't have time. You should be able to see the situation outside, right? Yes, water deity said. I can see the divine realm tablet with my eyes of truth, but I can't see through the great illusionary land. It's a pity, Yunxiao sighed. If your father were here, he would have been able to see through everything with his power. I need the power of your blood to improve my pupillary abilities. I hope I can break through this illusion. All right. Water deity raised her snow-white arm and said, I'll give you as much blood as you want. Don't be so brave, Yunxiao said. I only need 2 drops of blood, but you have to help me control it and stimulate the power in it. Don't worry. I'll listen to your orders, the water deity replied. Yunxiao began to prepare. He took out a jade slip and carefully read it again, then thought for a while after memorizing it. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A brilliant golden light immediately appeared in his hand, and it was as sharp as a sword's radiance. What is this? What a strange bug, Narcissus said with his eyes wide open. The worms that had been hit were the gold spirit worms. After eating many precious metals, the glow on these worms' bodies became purer and purer. I don't know what this thing is called, Yunxiao said. Let's call it the gold spirit worm for the time being. It feeds on all kinds of precious metals and can produce gold spirit chi. The spirit ability I cultivate is to use this golden chi to blind my eyes. The water deity was shocked. Metal spiritual energy? Are you crazy? You'll blind your own eyes. Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. These insects are still very young, and the golden light they release is still far from the real gold spirit chi. I have the power of spirit to protect my eyes, and with the power of your Neptune bloodline, I will be fine. I will do my best to help you. Be careful, the water deity said nervously. Don't worry, Yunxiao comforted him. It's starting. He reached out and grabbed the golden light from the insects, which he then began to display in his hand. Then he made a hand seal with his left hand, and a demonic power shot out of his eyes. The moon-shaped pupil was squeezed out of his eye, and all kinds of meridians covered his forehead. His head was full of meridians and blood vessels, which was extremely terrifying. Ah! The water deity was also shocked. She covered her mouth in shock and took a few steps back. Don't be afraid. This thing has already become a part of my body. Yunxiao consoled her a little, then flicked his finger. 2 golden dots of light emerged from his palm. They were only the size of beans and gradually condensed in the air. The moon pupils' pupils shrank, and a strange mark appeared. The space in front of it shook slightly. The two specks of golden light were sucked into his pupils with a whoosh, and his pupils immediately burst out with a blinding light. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a strange runic seal surged out of his palm and flew into the eye at the same time. Then the eye was closed. Strange ripples kept appearing on his eyelids, spreading in all directions. What he cultivated was Mu Jie's small wheel 3-phase life transformation mystic art, Spirit Eye. However, the records of this Spirit Eye technique were incomplete. But Xianxia had the lunar pupil and the heaven-peaking eye, which made him an expert in this field. After many trials, he had basically mastered them. Coupled with the power of the water immortal bloodline, he was very confident that he could cultivate the wondrous spirit eyes with the lunar pupil. The water deity watched nervously from the side, holding a golden dagger in her hand, ready to donate blood at any time. Xianxia's eyelids turned golden, and the space behind him slowly twisted. Then, a huge shadow of a moon pupil appeared, like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. All kinds of runes kept surging out of the blood moon, forming a myriad of shapes, and a strange force shot out from its pupils. The water deity felt a chill run down her spine. Under the gaze of that huge eye, she felt as if she was completely naked and everything had been seen. Her cheeks turned red and her body started to tremble. Blood! Xianxia suddenly cried out. Ah! The water deity was shocked. She quickly cut her hand with her dagger and a spray of hot blood gushed out. The blood glowed with golden light. Xianxia opened his eyes, which were completely golden, with two vortexes spinning inside, making it impossible to see his pupils. The blood splashed directly into Xianxia's eyes, and the golden vortex seemed to boil. His eyeballs suddenly protruded out of the inside, and countless blood wisps spread out from his pupils. Ah! Li Xianxia! The water deity cried out in surprise. Are you all right? Do you have enough blood? If it's not enough, there's more. She raised her dagger and tried to cut it again. Stop! I only want 2 drops. Xianxia cried out. Why do you have so many? His tone was filled with concern and blame. I got too many in a hurry, Narcissus said awkwardly. On her lotus-like hand, there was an extremely deep bloodstain that made one feel tender love. Stop the bleeding quickly, Xianxia said. Then use your bow family's secret technique to stimulate the power of blood in my eyes. All right, the water deity answered quickly, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed her 2 fingers at Xianxia's eyes. 2 golden runes instantly appeared in the moon pupil, and all the golden light was immediately swallowed by a blood-red color. The moon pupil suddenly swelled up, as if it had swelled up to the size of 2 oranges, embedded in the face. Xianxia roared in pain, his body trembling violently. There was a burning pain in his eyes, as if he could not bear the power of the bloodline. Arg! Li Xianxia, what are you doing? Is there too much blood? The water deity asked anxiously. It was indeed the case, but Xianxia was afraid that she would worry and blame herself. So he quickly said, I'm fine. This is a normal reaction. Push it aside. Are you really okay? Asked the water deity. But your eyes are bleeding. I'm so scared. I said it's fine, retreat. With a light cry, Xianxia waved his hand and teleported water fairy 1,000 miles away. Then his body twitched violently. He held his head in his hands and wailed loudly. His orange-sized eyes were scarlet red, and a few streams of blood flowed down. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. No, I have to get through this, or else this pair of moon eyes will be completely useless. The great pain was not unbearable, but the worry in his heart was what made Xianxia really nervous. If his eyes were disabled, he would be better off dead. The power contained in the water fairy's blood was far beyond his expectations. Moreover, the girl suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, and her moon eyes reached an unbearable level. Sensing that his eyes were about to burst, Xianxia gritted his teeth and pulled out the rest of the gold energy, then turned it into a sharp beam of light and slashed it directly into his eyes. Swish! As soon as the golden light entered his eyes, it was immediately devoured by the boundless blood. It only stirred up a small wave before it disappeared without a trace. It's my birthday today, so I didn't tell anyone. But in just one day, all the major platforms had received thousands of well wishes. It was so heartwarming and touching. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. What? Yunxiao's body trembled, and he found it a little hard to understand. The metal spiritual qi was the metal of the 5 elements and could break anything. When he refined his eyes, he only dared to take a small pill, and he couldn't completely suppress it. That was why he thought of using the blood of the Bo family to harmonize it. However, the situation was completely reversed. His bloodline power had already devoured everything and filled his eyes completely. Any power that came into contact with it would be swallowed immediately. What's going on? Yunxiao's mind was filled with question marks, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy. The meridians all over his head had long been burned red by the blood, and blood kept oozing out and steaming. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, the burning force was immediately suppressed. A white light flashed and gathered into 2 octagonal symbols in his pupils, protecting his pupils. However, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the 2 octagonal symbols suddenly disintegrated and shattered with a bang like a mirror. 2 lines of blood shot out from his eyes, and his entire eyes turned red. Ah! Yunxiao cried out in pain as he struggled in the sky, his fingers turning into claws as he tried to pull Yu Tong out. But his reason kept him from doing so. His heart sank to the bottom, and his vision began to turn blood red, then slowly blurred and gradually lost the light. Not only that, but the vast bloodline power began to surge into his brain, burning his 5 senses and 6 senses, and even his consciousness began to numb. How can he be so perverted, Ingluo? Yunxiao's heart was filled with bitterness. If it was only the moon pupil that was damaged, he could still get 2 pairs of fake eyes to continue cultivating the wondrous spirit eyes like Wuxia. But if he lost all his senses, he would be completely reduced to a walking corpse. I'm going to die anyway. I've experienced many more dangerous things than this. Let's try this move. He formed a seal with both hands, and monstrous demonic qi poured out of his body. His face turned dark, and countless flower-like demonic patterns appeared on his skin. The exposed meridians on his forehead had also turned black. In his scarlet eyes, a black stream of air gushed out from his pupils and slowly spread out in a spiral. The demonic qi seemed to be unimpeded in the blood-red moon pupil. It was not hindered by any power. To Yunxiao's surprise, he found that not only that, but the power of the water fairy's bloodline seemed to be very close to the demonic energy, and it even began to show signs of fusion. This buy-in, Yunxiao looked surprised and said, "What a wonderful world. What's going on with the Bo family bloodline and the devil essence?" The burning pain on his face had completely disappeared under the cleansing of the devil essence, instead turning into a warm feeling, surging in his eyes. The light in his eyes kept changing between red and black, and finally condensed into a Tai Chi fish, slowly shrinking into his pupils. A ray of white light shot out from his eyes and then disintegrated into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7-colored light flickered non-stop. Yunxiao changed the seal in his hand, and after the 7-colored light spun in the air, it was retracted, and his eyes returned to their normal color, as clear as water, giving people an unfathomable feeling. There's a 7-colored illusionary light in his eyes. Did I just step into the second realm? Yunxiao fell into deep thought. According to the records, the wondrous spiritual eyes technique had a total of 5 realms. The second realm allowed one to conjure a 7-colored aurora, which was completely in line with what he had just seen. He instinctively felt that the Bo family bloodline seemed to be related to the devil essence. And thinking about it carefully, although the Bo family was the master of the 4 seas, they had always been in human form and did not seem to have any characteristics of the sea race. After thinking for a while, he was puzzled. With a thought, he teleported to the water deity's side. He saw that the girl was kneeling on the mountain peak with tears all over her face. Her hands were clasped in front of her body, and she was actually praying for him. I beg you, Ancestor Sea God, to bless Xianxia through this difficult time. I'm willing to listen to my father from now on. I'll never be willful again. I'll never bully Bienyo and bend them again. I'll never go to the sea corner to dig fire earthworms and fish for monkey fish again. I'll never eat candy before bed. I'll never be picky with my food, and I'll never roast sweet potatoes again. Xianxia stood quietly aside and listened for a long time, but none of them was difficult to do. A strange look appeared on his face. It seemed that this little girl was not stupid, as she kept making deals with her ancestor with insignificant things. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily a few times, waking water deity up. Li Yunxiao, the water deity shouted excitedly, jumped up, and pounced over. Woo, you're finally fine. The ancestors have blessed you. Yunxiao stroked her hair and said with a gentle smile, I'm fine, but you've promised our ancestors so much. How can you keep your promise? The water deity raised her head and said seriously, I've spent all my time on cultivation. I won't think about being naughty. The sooner I become a great existence like father, the sooner I can protect you. No one will be able to bully you anymore. Yunxiao was taken aback. He did not expect her to think this way. He was extremely touched when he felt her strong sincerity. Silly, I don't need your protection. No one in the world would dare to bully me, he said with a gentle smile. Okay. Then you protect me. Okay. I'll protect you. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes met, and they were both as clear as water, filled with sincerity and affection. After staring at it for a while, Yunxiao felt a little embarrassed, so he said in a hurry, By the way, when I was cultivating the spirit eye technique just now, I noticed that the Bo family's bloodline is very similar to the devil essence. Is the origins of the Bo family related to the Devil Lord? It can't be. I've never heard of the Devil Lord before, Narcissus said in confusion. Yunxiao knew that the other party would not lie to him, so he frowned and said, Your Bo family doesn't seem to be part of the sea race, so how did you suddenly become the ruler of the 4 seas? I don't know either. Water deity shook her head. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Why do I have to say that I'm different from those sea tribes? She asked in surprise. Yunxiao felt a little dizzy, and he knew that he could not ask any more questions. So he said, You stay in the Divine Realm tablet. I'll go out and break the illusion. The water deity grabbed his hand and said, You must be careful. I'll be watching you. If you're in danger, let me come out and save you. Yunxiao patted the back of her hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll be fine. His figure flickered and disappeared from the water deity's sight. The next moment, he appeared in another place. Lingmu Di, who was in front of him, had already returned to his normal body and was meditating. Lord Mu Di, he called out softly. Lingmu Di opened his eyes and said indifferently, You're not dead yet, Your Excellency? Yunxiao said with a wry smile. The way you greet me is really special. There are too many strong people out there, Lingmu Di said. It's not easy for you to survive with your trashy strength. Yunxiao said in embarrassment. Am I that trashy? He's still an 8 stars martial sovereign, all right? You're here for the great illusionary land, right? Asked Lingmu Di. To be able to create the great illusionary land with a cultivation base below the immortal state, that kid called Tung Guang is indeed a man of great talent. He is the strongest array master in the world today, Yunxiao said. No one can surpass him. I see. This array is indeed a little tricky, Lingmu Di said with a sudden realization. Sit down and I'll tell you everything I know. Yunxiao sat down, and the two of them put their palms against each other, transmitting messages through their consciousness. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yunxiao stood up with a solemn face. How confident are you in breaking this formation now? Asked Lingmu Di. I was only 30% confident before, Yunxiao said. Now I'm 40% confident. For points? That's enough, you can go. Lingmu Di continued to close his eyes and adjust his breathing. Yunxiao stood there, hesitating several times before he finally could not help but say, If Darren is willing to go out and help me, I have a 50% chance. Lingmu Di opened his eyes and snorted in dissatisfaction. You want me to go out and embarrass myself? With such a rotten body, this lord was beaten into pieces by a mere god realm trash. How can I face my old friend in the netherworld in the future? His tone was full of complaints. This is the strongest body I can offer, Xianxia said with a wry smile. It's almost immortal. There are only a few bodies in the world that can defeat it. Lingmu Di muttered to himself for a moment, then took out a blank jade slip and placed it on his forehead. He imprinted a message on it and threw it over, saying, "Help me gather all the materials inside and I'll teach you how to forge divine steel." Divine steel? Xianxia was taken aback. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be a 10th grade alchemy product? But there are no rules of the 10 directions under this sky. You have the power of spirit, Lingmu said. As long as you find something that contains 10th order rules, I have a way to extract the power of rules. Extracting rule force? Xianxia's face flickered. He was a top alchemist, so he naturally knew what it meant. He knew rank 9 regulations like the back of his hand, but he did not dare to say that he could extract rank 9 regulations of the world from a rank 9 item. And more importantly, Ingluo Lingmu Di seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He laughed and said, "Stop dreaming about becoming a deity. The rule force contained in a 10th tier item was not complete. Can you break through to the rank of a martial supreme by drawing rank 9 rules?" Xianxia was taken aback, and then he smiled wryly. He took out an item and handed it over, saying, "Sir, please take a look at this item. Is it useful?" Lingmu Di looked at the jade-like small box, which had light flashing on it from time to time. He asked in surprise, "You actually have a 10th tier spirit herb on you?" He used his hand to wipe it, and the sealing formation on the jade box immediately manifested, giving off the power to resist. Lingmu Di didn't break the seal by force. He only sensed it for a while, then put his hand down. That's right, it's a 10th tier spirit herb, the Qixing orchid. Although it has consumed a lot of spiritual qi, its rule force is still there and can be used. Xianxia breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The other materials were easy to find, but this 10th tier item was something that could only be found by chance. Back then, he had only bought it because he wanted to explore the level 10 rules. He did not expect it to really come in handy. Thinking about being able to refine 10th tier items, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. It was the lifelong pursuit of many top alchemists to have a glimpse of the divine Tao. Lingmu Di snorted coldly when he saw how excited he was. "Don't think that the other materials are easy to find. Come to me when you've found them." Xianxia picked up the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, and his face soon turned green. "There are a few things in there that even I have never heard of before. I'm afraid they've long gone extinct on this continent," he said with a green face. "The production of divine steel is indeed a bit harsh," said Lingmu Di, "but it's the only one that doesn't require 10th tier materials as raw materials. If you can't even get these, then there's no need to learn it. And I can only make do with this broken body." "Good. As long as these things still exist in this world, I will definitely get them." Not only was it related to the refinement of a 10th tier item, but the Calabash King Kong was also Yunxiao's tool pet, so it was not appropriate for it to be occupied by the Lingmu flute all the time. He muttered to himself for a moment. Then in a flash, he arrived at Mount Innerheart. "Brother Gao Han, I've come to see you again." Before he entered, Xianxia shouted from a distance, then waited quietly for the man to get angry. After a while, there was no movement in the mountain. Just as he was feeling a little surprised, Yuan Gaohan's voice was heard, surprisingly not angry. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Brother Gaohan, you are really considerate." Xianxia laughed. He threw the jade slip in and said, "I hope Brother Gaohan can help me prepare a few sets of the things inside." After a long time, a furious voice came from inside and shouted, "How many? You're joking, right? Do you know how precious the raw materials are? I'm afraid the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would be extinct." "Brother Gaohan, you are indeed knowledgeable," Xianxia praised. "There are a few things in it that even I have never heard of. I didn't expect you to know them. Since you recognize it, then you most likely have it." A light flashed outside the cave and Yuan Gaohan directly appeared, holding a jade slip in his hand, his face full of seriousness. This recipe is not simple. It seems to be an ancient recipe. Where did you get it from and what are you refining? With your means and status, Brother Gaohan, Yunxiao said with a smile. It won't be difficult. Humph. You say it so easily. Among them, the eternal wood, the profound heavenly blood jade, and the extreme heavenly ice essence are all no less valuable than the heavenward gold. In fact, they can even be compared to divine items. Besides, the other things are not cheap either, Yuan Gaohan said coldly. Do you think I'm the lord of the world who can get whatever I want? What are these three materials? Yunxiao asked. Why haven't I heard of them before? It's too abnormal, isn't it? It's normal that you've never heard of them, Yuan Gaohan said, because these three names only existed in ancient times. It had basically disappeared over the countless years, so it was hard to see it again. The eternal wood was the current iron from the Earth's core. Countless years ago, there was a dense forest made of a large amount of iron from the Earth's core that lived as long as the world, so it was called eternal. Many years ago, it was an extremely common 9th-ranked armament refining material. Now, not to mention the surface, even the core of the Earth might not have it. Yunxiao felt a little dizzy. So, it's the Earth's core iron. This item has gone extinct for a long time. Is there a secret treasure in the sacred zone? I don't know if there's a secret treasure, Yuan Gaohan said coldly. Even if there is, it's extremely precious. How can I take it out so easily? What about the other two items? Yunxiao asked. The so-called Shentian blood is actually the blood of a true spirit. Where are you going to get it? Yuan Gaohan asked. Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he fell into deep thought. There was one blood of true spirit outside the Divine Realm tablet at this moment, so it was not difficult to get it. He had already agreed to fight with him, and when the time came, he would just beat him flat and draw his blood. The extreme heavenly ice essence is the essence of the ice soul found in the extreme north's small icy sky. Yuan Gaohan continued. Extreme north, little frozen sky, Swan and I. Isn't the little icy sky of the extreme north a world of ice and snow that once existed in legends? Yunxiao said, wiping off his cold sweat. It was later lost from the heavenly martial realm. That's right, Yuan Gaohan said. The northernmost frozen sky did exist before, but it has been lost for a long time. If you can find it, it will be a contribution to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Yunxiao said in a daze. The holy region should also have this item in their collection, right? Don't even think about getting your hands on the sanctuary, Yuan Gaohan said coldly. Not to mention that the sanctuary doesn't have it. Even if they do, they won't give it to you. Brother Gaohan, Yunxiao said. Have you ever heard of divine steel? Divine steel. A look of confusion flashed across Yuan Gaohan's eyes, and his body trembled as he cried out. The toughest divine item in the world. The metal that was known as the #1 in artifact crafting in ancient times, divine steel. His eyes gleamed as he grabbed Yunxiao and said excitedly, Don't tell me you're collecting these materials to make divine steel. Yunxiao slapped his hands away and chuckled. Yes, I am. Divine steel. It's divine steel. Yuan Gaohan could no longer remain calm as he roared. Tell me the recipe. I've told you the materials, Yunxiao said. As for the recipe, I can consider letting you observe when I'm refining it. It all depends on your performance. Yunxiao patted his arm with a smile and said, Little Yuan, you know? Big brother Li. I understand. Yuan Gaohan's attitude suddenly changed, and he bitterly said, But the sanctum really can't take out these three items. However, I have some clues about the eternal wood and the extreme heavenly ice essence. As for the blood of the true spirit, where are the true spirits in this world? I can get the blood of true spirit? Yunxiao coughed and said, But do you have any clues about the other two? You can get the blood of true spirit. Yuan Gaohan's eyes widened like two copper bells, his face full of disbelief. Don't worry about it, Yunxiao said. You don't have to worry about it. Yuan Gaohan suppressed the shock in his heart. Although he also wanted to know what was going on with the blood of true spirit, It was clear that the divine steel was the thing that really made him go crazy. He organized his thoughts and muttered, "It's a long story, and it involves other things. I'll tell you about it when my two souls fuse. I'll think of a way to prepare the other materials first." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, little Yuan. All the best." "Li Yunxiao," Yuan Gaohan said coldly with a dark face. "If you lie to me, I'll definitely skin you alive." He. Yunxiao laughed. "As long as these materials can be collected. Don't even talk about divine steel. Ji will bring you to the 9 heavens to catch the moon, and bring you to the 5 oceans to catch turtles." Yuan Gaohan was speechless for a while, snorted heavily, and disappeared outside Mount Innerheart. Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Then his figure faded as his split soul returned to his main body. "Husband, you're awake." When he opened his eyes, he saw Fanny eagerly standing by his side, like a little bird leaning on a man, more beautiful than a flower. Yunxiao felt his throat a little dry and thirsty. He swallowed, then withdrew all his primordial qi and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, the power in his dantian was extremely strong. As long as he crazily poured spiritual qi into it, in addition to the imperishable golden body and the bright moon divine body, he could forcibly recover from any serious injury in a short time. However, in the eyes of the others, they were more or less surprised. "It's only been 2 days," Han Junting said, "and from the looks of it, young Master Yunxiao seems to have improved. Young Master Yunxiao's talent is so good that it makes people jealous." Yunxiao frowned as he gave her a cold look and said, "Han Junting, I think you're starting to have some weird ideas again. You've forgotten the pain so quickly. Do you really need me to beat you up to feel good?" Han Junting's face changed and she said angrily, "I'm concerned about you out of good intentions, but good intentions can't be exchanged for good things. There's really no good man in this world." He. Yunxiao laughed. "According to Miss Junting, you seem to have been hurt by a man? Come. Tell everyone and make everyone happy. Get lost." Han Junting flicked her sleeves in anger and turned around, ignoring him. "Don't talk nonsense, Li Yunxiao," Ning Qiyun said. "Junting grew up in Xianxia Palace and has never touched a man. What should we do now? This demon won't reveal any information no matter how much we force him." Anne's injuries had also mostly recovered, but she had been placed with more than a dozen restrictions by the group. She could not escape even if she had wings. She sat obstinately at the side with a mocking expression. "Brother." Yunxiao stepped forward and said, "You're very stubborn. I can be killed, but it's just a death," and sneered. "All right." Yunxiao nodded. "I won't be polite then. You," and was stunned for a moment and frowned. "You want to kill me?" Yunxiao shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just a soul search. It's not fatal. I really like this body of yours. It's still useful to me." Anne's entire body trembled, and her eyes revealed a venomous look. She said coldly, "I'm a peak 9 stars martial sovereign. You're courting death by searching my soul. Our ugly monster clan's soul power is very powerful." Before he could finish speaking, his body trembled and his eyes burst out with a bright light, full of shock. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly turned demonic, turning red and black, turning into a Tai Chi pattern. You really dare to search my soul? Do you want to die?" And screamed in fear, but she was shocked to find that an extremely strong force had rushed into her mind. In Yunxiao's eyes, the black and red light instantly turned into a 7-colored light, and the whole space became blurry. The rest of the people were also shocked as they watched quietly from the side, sweating for Yunxiao's boldness. A hint of green appeared in Qiu Mujia's eyes, and fear flashed through them. His pupils were also taken from fierce beasts and had been completely refined by him. Now, there were actually traces of fear coming out of his eyes. My green eyes were plucked from the ancient Ai clan's ferocious beast. However, it's currently trembling in fear. Qiu Mujia's heart was stirred as he stared at Yunxiao's rainbow-colored eyes and felt the strange spiritual power. What's wrong with his eyes? Anne's face began to turn dull under the 7-colored light. Her entire body was suspended in the air, and her limbs gradually loosened. She completely lost consciousness. Xianxia's spiritual power was like countless sharp swords, breaking through the other's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness and rushing in. Even if he did not cultivate the wondrous spirit eyes, he was confident that he could directly search and soul. However, the moon eye was too famous after all, and its characteristics were too prominent, so it was not suitable to use it in public. Now that he had cultivated the small wheel three-phase life transformation mystic spiritual eye, the entire moon pupil seemed to have evolved. The pupil's shape was no longer limited to the blood moon pupil shape, which made it extremely convenient for him to use. Anne's memories were constantly being opened under the impact of the eye, but the soul power of a peak 9-star expert was far beyond that of an ordinary person. When Xianxia forcibly broke the memory chain, he also felt a very strong backlash, which was all blocked by the eye. Furthermore, the memory chain of this peak stage devil expert was extremely powerful. As it was being broken, it was constantly being destroyed, and a large amount of memories were broken down and dissipated. Xianxia was extremely anxious, and the entire memory chain began to shatter. He could only read a few bits and pieces, which were all insignificant. Moreover, they were basically fragments of his cultivation and some news about the illusionary realm of stars and moon, but they were also very fragmented. Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly, and the seven-colored light stopped spinning. His pupils turned black, and even his body turned demonic, with demonic runes appearing on it. A bright gleam flickered in Beiming Nan's eyes as he looked at Xianxia's demonic runes with a solemn expression, not knowing if it was a blessing or a curse. After the demonic energy appeared, the seven-colored light gradually dissipated and turned into a pitch-black demonic eye. In Anne's memories, the destructive force was completely dispersed by the devil aura light. A large number of memories surged up and turned into countless runes. They rushed up in her spiritual altar and sea of consciousness and continued to dissipate. A huge black eye appeared in the sky above Anne's consciousness. It stared down coldly, searching through the countless memory runes that surged up. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and a circle of black light spread. Among the talisman power that filled the sky, a few strings of talismans were caught by that strange force and directly absorbed into his eyes. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and the black light was retracted. His eyes were clear again, but he looked a little tired. Blood gushed out of Anne's 7 orifices. She no longer had the strength to drag his body and fell to the ground. Her eyes were listless and she had completely become an idiot. "You succeeded?" Ning Qian asked anxiously. Although she had already guessed it, she still could not believe it. After all, the other party was a peak 9-star expert. A strange look flashed across Xianxia's face, as if he was digesting the man's memories. The crowd didn't urge him and just waited quietly. After a while, he said, "I found a way to track down those great demons, but they're very powerful. Not only did the 8 demonic tribes send 4 commanders, but they also sent a divine transcendence expert. The demon race's divine transcendence." Everyone was shocked. Ning Qian said in a deep voice, "The monster race has been in the illusory realm of stars and moon for so many years, so it's not surprising that they have divine transcendence experts. You must know that the 8 demon tribes are the pillars of the demon clan, the foundation of their foundation. Isn't it too strange for 4 commanders to come at once?" Puzzled, everyone looked at Xianxia together. Even without searching their souls, Xianxia knew that these demons must have come for Shang and the armillary sphere. Moreover, he seemed to have read some unusual information from Anne's memory. Regarding the appearance of Shang and the armillary sphere, the opinions of the monsters were divided. However, these things were extremely confidential and could not be easily revealed. He said, "This demon's memory has been damaged too much. I'm not too sure either. Let's wait until we catch up to those demons before asking." Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces, but since the other party had already said that they didn't know, it wasn't good to ask further. "This body is not bad," Xianxia said. "You must have possessed it, you idiot." He looked at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was taken aback and said, "I've just gotten used to this descendant's body. Is it inappropriate to suddenly change the vessel? And this demon looks like a pretty boy, which doesn't match my rough personality. Everyone was shocked again and looked at the evil spirit strangely. So this kid had taken over a body. One must know that there were many restrictions to possession, and they would not do such a thing unless they had no other choice. This was the reason why Yu Shengfeng had been living in Heng Yuan's martial grandmaster body until he found Yu Yixian. However, this evil spirit was very strange, as if it was born to live by lodging. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he shouted, "Cut the crap! Hurry up! This is the body of a peak 9-star, and you've seen his immortal divine ability just now." The evil spirit's eyes lit up. It swallowed and said, "That move was indeed impressive." He split them into two. Soon after, a faint wisp of smoke gushed out from the dragon guard's head, gradually condensing into a ferocious face in the air. It laughed loudly as it charged towards Nan. Everyone wiped their cold sweat, their eyes almost popping out. It was extremely difficult to possess someone's body, and a mistake could happen if one wasn't careful. In the worst case, one's soul would be destroyed. However, in the eyes of this strange spirit, it was like a game. They could not help but look at Yun Xiao with a strange look. What kind of strange things did this kid have around him? Ha ha ha! The evil spirit body rushed into Anne's body and quickly jumped up. Anne's idiot-like face was instantly filled with a fierce look as she laughed out loud. Ha ha! So strong. What a strong body. Even stronger than that dragon. He laughed wildly, his face covered in blood. Ying succeeded just like that? Everyone was completely dumbfounded, and their minds were filled with question marks. The rest of the people were still fine, but Qiu Mujie, who was also an alchemist, had his mouth wide open and was completely dumbfounded. Soon after, his dazed expression gradually turned gloomy, and his eyes glowed with a green light. From time to time, a bright light would flash. The matter of possession was related to the two great barriers of the human body, the soul and the vessel. He, who had studied the human body to the extreme, could not explain the current situation of the evil spirit. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips a few times. The evil spirit jumped to the dragon guard's side and took out the axe. "I'm still used to this." Everyone felt a little dizzy and dazed, as if the scene in front of them was extremely unreal. "Kiki! Ha 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 ha!" Faye and I suddenly burst out laughing. "My husband is a monster himself, and he's surrounded by monsters as well. I love it." She pounced on Yun Xiao, trying to hold him, but only managed to hold an afterimage. She could not help but snort a few times, looking extremely dissatisfied. "Let's go," Yun Xiao said. "We've been delayed for 2 days, and Li hasn't broken this illusory formation yet. I'm afraid that Tingguang will die, and then there's really no turning back." Han Junting threw out a golden leaf that transformed into a warship, while Yun Xiao took out a needle. It was the demonic power needle he had obtained from An, and it would point at the great demon who had made the needle at all times. The golden leaf fluttered in the air a few times, then turned into a stream of light, flying in the direction of the pointer. Far away in the great illusionary land, a magnificent building stood between the sea and the sky, covering more than 300 miles and separating the sky and the sun. 9 waterfalls poured down from the sky above the palace, forming the momentum of 9 dragons drawing in water. Countless splashes were created, and they turned into mist that spread out, making the palace look like an immortal palace. For golden characters flickered in the sky. It was the name of the palace, Great Illusionary Palace. Several figures suddenly appeared a few thousand feet away from the palace. They stepped on the water silently and stood there quietly. Their attire was very strange. It was simple and primitive, with all kinds of jade hanging on their bodies. There were also skeletons and branches as decorations. They were full of wild arrogance and untamed wildness. "It's definitely this without a doubt." The one who spoke was Yao Li. He had changed back into the clothes of the demon race, and his aura was completely different from before. It was filled with a sense of coldness and nobility. "This is the 7th one we've found. Are you sure?" Wing crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his slender fingers were exposed like white bones, making him look extremely striking. "I'm sure," Li said. She turned back to look at Shang, quietly waiting for his order. Xiang was dressed in a long silk robe, which was more like a human's attire. He was dressed like a young master from a rich family, with a piece of beautiful jade at his waist, which glowed gently under the sun. At this moment, his face was like the beautiful jade, clear and lustrous, but also simple and gentle. Such a magnificent palace, Xiang praised. I've never seen such a magnificent palace before. No wonder the human race can become the master of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Just this kind of magnificent spirit is beyond people's reach. You flatter me, Lord Xiang, Li laughed. This is just an illusion. No matter how grand it is, it cannot be real. Xiang shook his head. One's appearance is born from the heart. Such a grand state is the state of mind of a king-level expert. Impressive. This illusory realm is indeed powerful. I have to admit that it's even more powerful than the illusory realm of stars and moon. A great demon looked at the 9 dragons flying down in front of him, causing countless murmuring sounds. He was also filled with emotions. This great demon was wearing a felt hat, and his eyes were like cat's eyes. He was wearing a jacket made of animal skin, which was covered with natural runes. At a glance, it gave off a ferocious feeling. Cold stars shot out from Wing's eyes, and a dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. He snorted. Ever since the birth of the realm of heavenly martial arts, my clan of demons has been unrivaled in the world. I can't believe that your generation was actually forced into an illusionary realm by a mere human race. You're really making us ashamed. You, impudent. Behind the big monster, a monster with a green face and fangs shouted angrily, "We respect you as our ancestors, but we can't be rude to Lord Ci." The 3 demons behind the great demon with the felt hat were all furious. They immediately became hostile and glared at Wing. Lord E is right. What are you so excited about? Ci sighed. They had to admit the gap between them and humans. For the past tens of thousands of years, we've indeed brought shame to countless ancestors. He said coldly, "You heard that?" Ci himself admitted it. "You're all so embarrassing, and you won't allow me to speak. Damn it!" The green-faced demon clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He stepped forward and asked, "Lord Ci, please allow me to teach this insolent and impudent fellow a lesson." "Lord E is right, you may leave," Ci said. "My lord!" The green-faced demon with fangs roared in anger. His face turned black and the elemental energy in his body rippled, but he had no way to vent it. The other 2 monster race mighty figures' expressions also turned cold. "I understand your anger," Ci said, "but Lord E is right. If we can't face our weaknesses and the gap between our 2 races, how can we revitalize our race if we live in arrogance all day?" A great demon behind him said sarcastically, "You think we can revitalize our clan just by adding them? It's just a few more idiots who only know how to fight among themselves, and they're even colluding with the human race. This is ridiculous." He coldly glanced at Tang Qing, who was following behind him, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Tang Qing's face was dejected from the beginning to the end, as if he had a sense of defeat. He didn't say a word. Even if the great demon directly targeted him, his face was calm, as if he didn't hear it. "Qin is right," the monster with a green face and fangs said sarcastically. "If Lord Xiang had not refined our clan's treasure, the armillary sphere, I would not have come to Red Moon City. If Lord Xiang had not taken the armillary sphere back then, perhaps our monster race would not have ended up in such a state." "You've gone too far." Ci's face changed and he shouted. "I'm too much." The green-faced demon snorted coldly. "I don't think we can count on these so-called ancestors. Why don't we take the armillary sphere away and revitalize the demon race?" He looked at the other great demon and said, "Meng, what do you think?" The great demon's body was covered with jade stones, and he wore a silver helmet with embellishments that were blazing. "I agree with the 2 of you, but I'll listen to Lord Ci's instructions," the masked man said calmly. "Lord Ci's orders are naturally important, but the 3 of us are the leaders of the 8 tribes and we have our own opinions. After all, The rise and fall of our clan is everyone's responsibility. Qin said coldly, I agree with Saliva's suggestion. Make these people hand over the armillary sphere. After all, times have changed, and the current realm of heavenly martial arts is no longer the world of these seniors. Wing looked at him contemptuously and sneered. Of course it's not our world, but the human race's world. As expected, it's hard to change one's virtue. Lord Ci, we respect you very much, but if you insist on doing things your way, I'm afraid you'll bring harm to the entire demon race. Qin said angrily. Ci's gem-like eyes slowly turned cloudy, and the wrinkles on his face increased. If you still respect me, then stop making trouble. My lord! The saliva stomped its feet, causing water to fill the air. It fell into the sea with a walla sound, causing countless ripples. Just like his heart, it could not calm down. Without Lord Shang's words, the humans would be hard to defeat. You are the patriarchs of the 8 tribes, the strongest force of the monster race. However, and has already fallen. His murky eyes instantly became clear and then dimmed again. What? Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. How can that be? Li Jing cried out. I've set up the heaven-destroying 100 beasts array. Unless there are 100 Li Xianxios, they will all die in it. Lord Li is right. I'm very clear about the power of the formation. Moreover, with this formation, even if and couldn't defeat him, he could at least escape unscathed. Unfortunately, he did die. Damned humans. He gritted his teeth and said, and must have carried the honor of our race and refused to escape. He fought to the death and unfortunately died. Lord Ci, let's go back and avenge N. Ci's mood was very calm. He indifferently said, there's no need to go back. Those humans are already coming through the pointer. Lord Shang, what do we do now? He turned around. Shang had not said a word during the previous argument, as if he was thinking about something. Li Yunxiao is a man with the will of heaven, he said. I'd find it strange if he was killed by an. This man's fate is very strong, he won't die so easily. The right way is to leave the great illusionary palace now. Let's go in first and try not to get into a conflict with them. What? A human has just killed one of our comrades, and it's the 8 tribe leaders at that. How dare he run away without even fighting? Did I hear it wrong? If you want to fight, then stay here. Shang looked at him and said, I don't need idiots by my side. It's fine if we stay, but hand over the armillary sphere and we'll leave now. Xian said coldly. Don't be presumptuous, he shouted. Listen to Lord Shang's words and enter the palace. Whoever disobeys will be killed on the spot. Lord Ci, how are you? Xian and Qin Diu's faces were filled with disbelief. They could not believe that Ci would kill their 8 tribe leaders so easily just to protect Shang. Only Meng was still calm, like a 1,000-year-old stone. No matter what, he would not show any emotion. Let's go, Ci coldly said. A ray of light flashed in his hand and turned into a wooden cane. There was a star cloud pattern embedded on it. With a flash, a ray of light enveloped everyone and brought them toward the great illusionary palace. Suddenly, there was a wave in the sky, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. In the clouds, there seemed to be a ray of light rushing down, like a comet sweeping across the sky, falling in front of the 9-dragon waterfall. The entire space was affected by the power of that light, pressing down layer by layer, as if it was squeezed into a point, becoming the tail of that light, changing into a strange scene in the sky. Not good, Ci suddenly shouted, and the light immediately stopped. Everyone appeared at the same time. Disperse, he shouted. The dot of light in the sky was actually shooting towards them, and the power was like a mountain pressing down on them. The entire surface of the sea was compressed by that power, and the water level within a radius of 10,000 feet directly sank more than 10 feet. However, everyone present was a peak expert. As soon as Ci spoke, several rays of light instantly shot out in all directions and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away. The bright light finally fell. It was an arrow that shot directly into the sea. Boom! the entire ocean water exploded, forming an unparalleled tornado force, raising huge waves thousands of feet high and surging towards the clouds. A terrifying phenomenon appeared on the surface of the sea. A huge water pillar of unknown size continuously shot into the sky. A vast ocean flowed in reverse, and the spectacular scene instantly overshadowed the great illusionary palace and the nine-dragon waterfall. "Who is it?" he shouted. "Come out." A ball of light suddenly flew out of the huge water pillar and slowly floated in the air. There was a purple figure in the ball with a huge longbow on his back. With a bow sound, the ball of light shattered, and the purple figure fell down. With a ta sound, he stepped on the surface of the sea, his body rising and falling with the waves. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The person in front of him was the closest to him, and the aura that he exuded made him feel uneasy. Tang Qing, who was in the distance, was also quite surprised. She said, "Silver Moon Martial Emperor Xianxia." The saliva was greatly startled and hurriedly leapt up, retreating several thousand feet away. Although he was a member of the demon race, the names of the 10 titled martial sovereigns in the heavenly martial arts realm were like thunder to his ears. You know me?" Xianxia looked at Tang Qing, his fingers circling on his forehead, and said thoughtfully, "You look so familiar. Why can't I remember who you are?" Tang Qing's face was extremely gloomy, and she snorted heavily. As the master of Red Moon City and one of the 7 sect masters in the world, the other party actually said that he didn't know him. This was naked contempt. I really can't remember. I'm sorry." Xianxia blinked. "But a person can't be nameless. I'll just call you Zhang-san." Tang Qing's face turned green with anger. If it were not for the fact that the other party was a titled martial sovereign, he would have already charged forward and fought with his life. If they charged forward now, it would be suicide. "So it's the martial sovereign with the title Silver Moon. Why are you stopping us?" Ci asked warily. Xianxia took the bow down and it disappeared from his hand. A few demons nearby were startled by his action and could not help but retreat a few hundred feet. When they saw the bow and arrow disappear, they were ashamed and angry. Xianxia smiled and said, "Nothing much. I've been wandering around in this illusion for a few days and haven't met any ghostly people. It's not easy to see some living people, so I'm very excited. By the way, why do you all look so strange?" All the great demons' faces darkened. The other party asked the question despite knowing the answer. He was clearly looking for trouble and looking down on his own demon race. Ci said coldly, "In this old man's eyes, Lord Xianxia also looks very strange. If there's nothing else, please step aside and don't block the way." Xianxia said, "I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll follow you in to take a look. I came to this hall yesterday, but I didn't dare to go in. Now is a good time, please take me." "Lord Xianxia, you must be joking," Ci Yuan said. Xianxia blinked her eyes and said with an innocent look, "What joke? If you don't want to bring me, I'll follow myself. Please go ahead, you guys go your way. I'll go mine." "Lord Ci, he's clearly looking for trouble," Qin said coldly. "Why don't we all kill him together and destroy the prestige of these humans?" Saliva's eyes also emitted a cold light as he said, "If I can kill a titled martial emperor, this trip will not be in vain." The rest of the great demons also suddenly spread out. Everyone was in a scattered formation, surrounding Xianxia in the middle, ready to attack at any time. Ci's eyes also became clear. He turned his head and said, "Lord Shang, you decide." Xian Haqin's brows furrowed, revealing an extremely dissatisfied expression. But now that the enemy was in front of them, he did not reveal it. "Lord Ci, do you think we can kill him?" the referee asked. "Yes, but it's difficult." Ci frowned. "Yes." He nodded. "The most important task now is to leave the great illusionary land to avoid unnecessary injuries. Let him be willful for once. But this person is always following behind us. What if it messes up the big matter?" "Everyone's goal is the same," Shang laughed. "It's to break the illusion unless he doesn't want to live anymore." "You have a point," Ci nodded. "Lord Ci, He's clearly afraid of death, she said angrily. Shut your mouth and let's go, Ci said indifferently. Saliva. He. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He could not understand why Ci valued Shang so much. Wasn't it just an armillary sphere? He didn't believe that no one in the demon race could refine this weapon. She looked at him with respect, obviously having the same thoughts. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to let it out and could only follow the crowd. Xianxia also revealed a stunned expression and chased after him, shouting, "You guys fight when you say you want to fight and stop when you say you don't want to fight. You guys are really refreshing." "Yes." Shang turned back and smiled. "If there's a need to break the formation, I hope Lord Xianxia can help me." Xianxia tilted his head and gave a strange smile. Everyone's figures quickly disappeared into the layers of mist in front of the hall. After an unknown amount of time, a golden light flickered in front of the hall and turned into a small boat, which slowly floated into the water. The golden leaf enlarged, revealing everyone's figures. Holding the needle, Yunxiao looked in the direction of the hall and said, "They've entered." Ning Qiyun said, "Is this the great illusionary palace? It's actually so grand. Should we go in too?" Yunxiao's eyes turned black as he stared at the mist in front of the hall, where a tiny wave was gently spreading. The ripples were completely covered by the raging waves caused by the nine-dragon flying waterfall. They were completely undetectable and could only be clearly seen under the moon pupils. At the center of the ripples was a white light, which was submerged in countless splashes, but Yunxiao could clearly see that the white light was condensed and not scattered, and the power of the ripples was also very stable and lasting. "What's wrong, Li Yunxiao?" Han Junting noticed him and looked into the water, but she saw nothing. "I'm fine," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's just that the demons are not the only ones who have entered the great illusionary palace." "It's not that strange," Han Junting said with a frown. "If we can find our way here, it's not surprising that those powerful beings can come too." "Let's go," Yunxiao said with a smile. "This great illusionary land is becoming more and more real. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it will be." He took the lead and walked towards the magnificent giant door. The rest of the people hurriedly followed. More than 10 people also disappeared into the misty water. Inside an extremely spectacular crystal cave, it was exquisite and clear, white as jade, and gave off clouds of mist. 2 figures were reflected on the wall of the cave. They sat quietly facing each other without making any sound. Boom! Suddenly, a drop of pure white jade liquid fell down and shattered on the rock. One of them slowly opened his eyes. Under the light of the jade in the cave, his handsome face seemed a little devilish. His eyes flashed with a smile and he said, "So many interesting people have come." The middle-aged man sitting across from him had a burly figure and a cold expression on his face. He opened his eyes and a cold light shot out like lightning. He said coldly, "Humph, be careful of playing with fire. In the end, all your efforts will be in vain." Tung Guang chuckled. There's no need for you to worry. Even if I really die from a breakdown, at least I've tried. I'll die with no regrets. Moreover, the current situation is much better than I expected, and many acquaintances and friends have come to support us. It's a pity that I'm not interested in accompanying you to your death," Yu Xingfeng said coldly. "Wait until I break through this seal, and it will be the day of your death." His body trembled violently for a moment, and a halo of light appeared above his head. There were a myriad of colors inside, and the mountain momentum extended, pressing down on the entire space and making it tremble. The mountain range began to rumble under Chu Shengfeng's struggle and showed signs of collapsing. Large amounts of clouds were shaken out from the halo. Tung Guang calmly raised his hand to form a seal and pointed it out in the air. Many golden characters appeared in the air, flying into the halo. Immediately, the shaking was greatly reduced, and everything returned to normal. The light flashed and disappeared above Yu Shangfeng's head. "Humph, you dare to use the entire mountain range to suppress me? Unfortunately, your strength is limited. I'd like to see how long you can last." Yu Shangfeng snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I'll be able to break this seal 2 to 3 more times, and that'll be your end." We'll talk after you break it, Teng Guang said with a smile. Yu Shengfeng snorted heavily, then closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. On the other hand, Teng Guang's eyes flickered and his hands continuously formed hand seals. Tens of thousands of strange talismans flew up and scattered in all directions. These talismans all contained extremely deep laws. They flew into the surrounding crystal walls and disappeared. His skin seemed to have been drained of blood, and it became extremely pale, even transparent. When Yunxiao and the others stepped into the hall, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Numerous palaces towered over the clouds, densely packed in front of him. They were at least 1,000 miles wide. Each palace was connected to each other by scaling ladders, and it looked like there was no end to it. So that majestic 9-dragon waterfall was just a huge door. Fei and I exclaimed in shock. Han Junting frowned. This is bad. There are at least 1,000 palaces here. Who knows where the throne is? Yunxiao raised his hand, and the needle stopped moving, as if it had lost contact with him. Don't tell me that the demons have lured us here on purpose? Ning Qiyun asked cautiously. That won't happen, Yunxiao said. Other than the great demon, there are others who have entered this place. I saw the marks left by others outside the hall earlier. It's good that this place is real, Zilingji said. The most important thing now is to find the throne. With so many palaces, why don't we all split up? Han Junting replied coldly. I'm afraid Lord Z's sorrowful G is trying to slip away, in case Wei Qing gets suspicious when he sees you. Han Junting. Don't judge a gentleman with your own mean measure. Zi Xiaoji's face darkened. I'll be giving everyone advice. Lord Zi Xiaoji, don't be angry, Yunxiao said. We can all feel your sincerity. Why don't you try to fly into the hall in front of us? What do you mean? Zi Jin was stunned. Could there be a restriction? He frowned and looked alert. He shot up into the sky and immediately created waves. His entire body was suppressed by a force and bounced back. Bang! His entire body was pressed down until he bent his body. His 2 feet stepped into the ground, and his entire feet sank in. An origin power fluctuation burst out from his body and surged out. Everyone immediately felt the impact of the elemental energy fluctuation and revealed shocked expressions. Yunxiao was also a little surprised. He's actually this strong? What? Zi Xiaoji's face was dark. If I wasn't on guard, I would have been injured from the shock. Ning Qiyun did not believe him and said, Isn't this too exaggerated? How much power did Lord Zi Xiaoji use just now? Can we break through this blockade with a full force attack? I used at least 50% of my strength. I might be able to break through if I attacked with all my strength. However, if we can't break it and suffer a backlash from the restriction, we'll be severely injured even if we don't die. If we suppress our flight, how long will it take us to reach the thousands of palaces? Han Junting asked. Furthermore, there's no sign of those monster race beings up ahead. They must have fled. Haha. This is the time for us to show off our abilities. Wuxia suddenly laughed loudly. With a bang. He spread his black wings and black lightning appeared on them. At the same time, he opened his 1,000 eyes and directly distorted space. With a xiao sound, he disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind only the rippling spatial power and a proud voice. Haha. I'll take my leave first. You guys can continue to stay where you are and crawl like turtles. Haha. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank. He stepped forward and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, I won't keep you company. Remember, once this matter is over, it will be a battle to the death between you and me. His right hand reached out, and the golden spear appeared in his hand. He then thrust it toward the sky. A dragon's might shot up to the 9 heavens. The clouds in the sky retreated under the roar of the true dragon. The light of a restriction appeared in the sky and shook continuously. Luo Qingyun turned into a beam of green light and shot into the sky, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The 9 ghost Azuras also began to emit a demonic aura. Their bodies began to flash with golden light, which turned into golden balls that wrapped around them. Then, they disappeared into the sky. Wow, they've all left. Zi Xiaoji, Why are you such trash? The evil spirit had a mocking expression on its face. It laughed strangely and said with disdain, "Haha, although they're both peak 9 stars martial sovereigns, the gap between them is obvious at the critical moment." Xiaoji's face turned red and he snorted coldly, "I just don't want to risk my life like that. If I use my trump card, let alone escaping, even breaking this restriction will be a piece of cake." "Oh? Then show us your trump card. Show us." The evil spirit glared at him with undisguised contempt. Xiaoji raised his head and snorted coldly. "Trump cards are ultimate skills that can only be used when life and death are on the line. How can they be used casually? Have you ever seen someone throw a bomb at the start of a game? Boorish people have no knowledge." "Boorish? You said I'm unrefined." The evil spirit's face was ferocious. He directly picked up the axe and hacked over, saying angrily, "You dare to scold me? I'll chop you to death." The two of them soon got into a fight, and bang 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 sounds were heard all around them. Bin Chun was speechless for a while and said, "After being with this kind of person for a long time, I feel like my intelligence has been pulled down. Li Yunxiao, you have to think of something. We can't just wait here." "There are many ways," Yunxiao said with a smile. "But if we want everyone to cross the other shore together, we can only rely on him." "Come out, Yifan," Yunxiao cried out. A ray of light shot out from between his brows and condensed into a small golden boat not far away. The golden light on the boat was brilliant, and it was full of wealth and elegance. The space above the ship's bow trembled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared. With a smile on his face, he said, "Board the ship, everyone. This is a Xianxia." Other than the officials and the evil spirit, the rest of the people had never seen Yifan and Noah's ship, so they were all stunned. Xiaoji's body suddenly trembled and he cried out, "Noah's ship! This is the supreme artifact Noah's ship." Ning Qian and Han Junting were both shocked. Han Junting, in particular, had seen Yunxiao's other saint artifact. At this moment, she was completely dumbfounded. Did he have 2 saint artifacts? He was momentarily dazed. Other than disbelief, he was staring at the legendary item in a daze. Li Yunxiao. Ning Qian was also shocked. "Is this really Noah's ship?" Yifan smiled. "I am. Legend has it that Noah's ship can travel through time and space, bringing people across the other shore. With this ship, can we leave the great illusionary land directly?" Fanny was shocked. Yifan's face was slightly red. He said shyly, "Theoretically, it should be possible, but my cultivation is not high enough, so I can't use its full power. However, it's not a problem for me to bring everyone through the sealed space. It's really Noah's ship." Zhenjin Zibeiji and Ning Qian were completely stunned. Their minds were blank and they could not react. "A quasi-saint weapon?" Bai Mingnan's eyes flickered. Yunxiao gave him a surprised look and praised, "Good eyes! Noah's ship is indeed not a complete sacred artifact, but it is already the most powerful alchemy item in the past 100,000 years. It's already extraordinary to be able to do this much," said Beimang with a nod. Quasi-saint tool, Swan and I Xiaoji's entire body trembled. His gaze slanted over and sized up Bai Mingnan, his eyes revealing shock. Ning Qian's throat moved a few times before she could speak. "Li Yunxiao, how did you get this supreme treasure?" "It's a long story," Yunxiao said. "We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Let's get on the ship first." Fei and I laughed and flames surged around her body. The shadow of a phoenix flashed and she stepped on the boat. She laughed and said, "To be able to step onto this legendary object, I immediately feel that I'm on a higher level." Everyone went up one by one, leaving only Xiao Ji standing at his original spot, his expression complicated. "Lord Xiaoji," Yunxiao chuckled. "Your face looks gloomy and uncertain. What kind of crooked idea are you thinking of?" "Young Master Yunxiao, you're wise. This old man is truly too shocked." Zibeiji smiled bitterly. "For this sacred object, the holy region has spent so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources, but in the end, it has not been obtained. I did not expect it to fall into the hands of young Master." A sacred object has its own destiny, Xianxia said. How can you force it? Han Junting's body trembled as her pupils constricted. Yao Li had said the same thing to her before, but she didn't pay much attention to it before. Now she seemed to have felt something and fell into deep thought. Beiji smiled bitterly. Although that's true, it's hard for people to think that way. It would have been fine if this thing had not appeared, but now that young Master Yunxiao has flaunted it, I'm afraid it will cause a great disaster. Oh! Yunxiao's eyes grew cold as he said, I can take this thing out and take you across the other side. My intention is clear. I will only show this to two types of people. One is my own people, and the other is the dead. Lord Xiaoji, he said slowly, are you one of my own? Or a dead man? Xiaoji's forehead was full of sweat as he said bitterly, I really wish I didn't see it. My memory has always been bad, so just let me forget about it. Okay? All right, Yunxiao said. Open your sea of consciousness and let me erase this memory. Xiaoji's face turned ashen, and he was covered in cold sweat as he said, Then there's no room for discussion? When you gave me the Holy Region's expenditure, you thought it was just a slight betrayal, Yunxiao sneered. But in my eyes, you actually have no way out. Now that Noah's ship has appeared, it's time for you to make a choice. Sincerely form an alliance with me or stay here forever. Xiaoji felt his chest tighten. For some reason, Yunxiao seemed to have an irresistible majesty, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. Don't forget, my lord, Yunxiao said, you still owe me 2 lives. Beiji said in a low voice, that bet from before was really nonsensical. It's not impossible for me to form an alliance with you. However, what benefits do I get? I'm the head of a division in the Holy Region. How can I sell my life to you at will? Benefits? The evil spirit howled. It's already a benefit that I didn't kill you, and you still dare to ask for benefits? Beiji said coldly. The information I revealed before is enough to make up for our previous grievances. If there are no other benefits, then this old man will have to part ways with all of you. If I insist on leaving, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me, he said with a cold smile. Xiaoji, Yunxiao said with a smile. Let's not beat around the bush. We are not sure if we can keep you here, but you are not sure if you can escape. Moreover, after seeing this Noah's ship, it stirred up a ripple in your heart, or you saw a glimmer of hope and wanted to take a gamble. Xiaoji was shocked, but he still sneered. Nonsense, what hope do I see? Yunxiao stared at him and said, the hope of entering divine transcendence. Xiaoji was silent. The peak of 9-star might be the end of his life. No matter how much he cultivated and practiced actual combat, he would still be a peak 9-star. To be able to reach this step, which one of them didn't have great perseverance and luck? Who would be willing to stop forever? As the head of the Holy Region's 1st Division, he had the peak of wealth and power. He had everything he needed. At this moment, nothing could move his heart except for the divine transcendence. What he had thought was impossible in his life was now standing in front of Noah's ship, blinded by the golden light. His heart, which had been sealed for a long time, was indeed rippling as Yunxiao had said. As the ripples spread out, they became stronger and stronger, slowly forming waves and eventually setting off a storm. The dusty gate of martial arts seemed to open again in front of him at this moment. An array of sunlight shone down. Dreams were like poison. Once it was triggered, it would be difficult to control. He suddenly felt that time had passed, and the blood in his body was burning bit by bit. His former self had returned. The smile in Yunxiao's eyes grew wider and wider, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, if a person doesn't have a dream, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Don't even think of using a salted fish to move me. Xiaoji laughed as well. Get on, Yunxiao said with a smile. This is a ship full of dreams. It will send you directly to the other side. Xiaoji jumped up and stepped onto the boat. I don't read much, so don't lie to me. I'll be thankful if I don't get sent to the netherworld after I step on your ship. Yunxiao blinked and said with a smile, maybe he's really heading towards the netherworld. Who knows? Yifan formed seals with his hands, slamming them on the warship, laughing. Sit tight. Let's go. The entire Noah's ship spun in the air, and the dazzling golden light gathered into a ball of light. With a flash, the entire warship disappeared from the sky. In the next moment, a golden light flew across the sky and streaked across the entire palace. Yunxiao's pupils turned black, and they were covered with runes. Looking down, he could see the entire palace in the clouds. The thousands of palaces below all presented different colors in his eyes. It was a world of light and shadow. What's going on? Yunxiao was taken aback, and his black pupils constricted. 7-colored light gathered in front of him, piercing directly through the dome of the palace and into its interior. What's the matter? Ning Qian asked. Yunxiao stared at it for a while, and then, as if he had overused his power, he retracted his gaze and closed it slightly, then opened it again and said, I understand why there are so many palaces. There are a total of 800 palaces here, and they represent the 800 formations of soaring light. You mean this palace is a formation? Ning Qian asked. Yunxiao nodded and said, That's right. I just saw through the dome and saw many warriors trapped in the palaces. They were all sent out by the great teleportation array of Red Moon City, and they have all fallen into the great illusionary land. But I didn't expect that they had been trapped here for a long time. No wonder there's such a huge suppression seal here. It's for people to break through. However, with 800 array Dao, who would be able to break through? Zi Xiaoji said seriously. So what? Yunxiao said. So what if we can? This body is still in the great void. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they could not help but think of the divine earth mirror that Duanmu Yu had divined. It was actually so accurate. I don't know where young Master Yu is right now. Zibeiji couldn't help but frown. Can't we just let him divine the good and bad? Divination is really strange and unpredictable, Yunxiao said with a smile. The more difficult it is, the more damage it will cause to one's body. It's not easy to be a good diviner. Yifan suddenly called out, Stop chatting! Did Big Brother Yunxiao find the main hall? I can't hold on much longer. The seal here is too strong. His face was red, and it was unknown whether it was because he couldn't hold on anymore or because he was a little embarrassed. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he pointed down and said, It's right in front. Out of all the 800 palaces, only that one was filled with purple qi. Moreover, the purple qi gathered and did not dissipate. All right. Yifan's hand seals changed. The entire warship became dazed. It started to dive down from the sky. From a distance, one could only see a ray of light that flickered in and out of existence, falling to the ground like a meteor. That's Ing Luo. Above a palace, Bo Yuqing stared at the shooting star, his pupils suddenly contracting as he exclaimed, It's that battleship. It's Li Yunxiao and his friends. Behind him, a woman raised her head and looked over. In her clear eyes, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed as she said, Why does that battleship give me an extremely unusual feeling? Bo Yuqing thought to himself, That's right. It must be that palace, he said. Lu Fian said, Yes, the marks left by Xianxia also point here. They must have gone in already. Let's go. Bo Yuqing's body didn't move, frowning. How many experts have been trapped in the 800 array diagrams along the way? This main hall must be extremely dangerous. Why don't you and I wait here? With so many experts inside, there's no lack of you and me. Lu Fian returned his gaze and said, Lord Bo Yuqing's words are biased. Although this formation map is trapping people, isn't it also helping people? These 800 formation diagrams gathered all of Tengguang's life's knowledge. How could those people trapped in the formation not be a great opportunity? Once you gain some understanding or breakthrough, it'll be equivalent to several years of bitter cultivation. She looked into the main hall, her eyes shining. And if I'm not wrong, this main hall must be the place where Tengguang's greatest comprehension of the array Dao and the heavenly Dao is. Even for people like you and me, this is a rare opportunity. Can my lord bear to give it up so easily? Bo Yuqing pondered for a moment and said, All right, I'll go and take a look at Teng Guang's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. He was also a talented person. If he had not been trapped by the Agarine, he would have stepped into the divine transcendence realm. Now that countless juniors had caught up with him, he had long been depressed and hoped to get some opportunities to make further progress. In a flash, the two of them also headed toward the main palace. Noah's ship flickered in the air, and the space around it constantly changed. It rushed directly to the core of the main palace, where a small exquisite tower was. Under the small tower, in the cave within the crystal wall, Teng Guang, who had always had an indifferent look, suddenly revealed a shocked expression as he said in disbelief, "Noah's ship? What?" Yu Shengfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the opposite side, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This strange feeling, is it the supergrade profound artifact Noah's ship?" Teng Guang gently nodded and said in a strange voice, "I didn't think that such a holy artifact would be in the hands of an unknown brat. It's a pity that I'm not interested in it at all." "You're not interested, but I'm," Yu Sheng sneered coldly. "I'll take this boat after I kill you." A cold light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly shouted, and countless demonic patterns appeared on his body as he roared and struggled. Boom! The halo above his head appeared again and filled the entire crystal wall space. The mountain range inside was endless, making a violent tremor and the sound of the sky collapsing. "Dharma idol true body!" Yu Shengfeng shouted and suddenly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his 6 arms grabbed a strange ball of light and threw it into the sky. Then he quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the 6 light balls condensed in the air, turning into a white light and shooting up. Boom, boom, boom! The white light rushed into the halo, and the mountains began to collapse. From the outside, the mountains collapsed one by one, pushing forward like dominoes. A fierce light shot out from Teng Guang's eyes. He put his hands together in front of him and 5 mountain peaks appeared. They arranged themselves into a simple 5 elements formation and flew directly above the halo. Then, they suddenly pressed down. One of them was the ageless peak, and the laws of the 4 seasons spread out around it. The power of the other 4 peaks was no less than its, and they also emitted the power of a barrier. Under the combined efforts of the 5 mountain peaks, the halo that was on the verge of collapse was finally stabilized. A wave of power came down and suppressed Chu Shengfeng's 3-headed and 6-armed avatar. "Damned thing!" Yu Shengfeng roared unwillingly and sat down cross-legged again, returning to his normal appearance, his face full of anger. "You don't have to look at me like that. I have plenty of ways to suppress you," Teng Guang said indifferently. "Just stay by my side and watch how I evolve my great Tao." Yu Shengfeng sneered and mocked. "You have plenty of ways to suppress me? Chi! If it wasn't for the fact that my physical body is still a step away from completion, I would have torn you into pieces." Teng Guang said, "A slight difference can lead to a loss of 1,000 miles. Moreover, your physical body is sanctified. To simply 2 different realms. It's easy to suppress you." Yu Shengfeng laughed mockingly. "Continue to brag. These 5 peaks are already your life-profound weapons. Give me a few more hours and I'll be able to shatter them. At that time, let's see how you'll suppress me." His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Teng Guang no longer paid any attention to him. After suppressing him, he casually pointed in the air. The 5 mountains began to spin and turned into a huge illusory body that filled the entire crystal wall space. Then they disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, the illusionary image of 5 giant peaks suddenly appeared in the sky outside the palace, and they fell toward a golden light. "What the hell is that?" Yifan stood on Noah's ship and instantly felt a life-threatening danger. His body trembled and he raised his head. He saw the vast light covering the sky and was charging towards him. His face turned pale. "The 5 peaks!" Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. "It's Teng Guang's intrinsic mystic weapon, the 5 peaks, but fortunately it's only needed. Everyone, let's attack it together." Although the crowd was shocked, they did not panic. After all, it was just a phantom image formed by the profound level weapon. unless the profound-level weapon itself broke through the air. Otherwise, the battleship was full of experts and could not stop it at all. Everyone focused their attention and planned to destroy the illusion of the five peaks. Suddenly, the entire warship started to shake. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood. He said in pain, "I'm sorry. I can't hold on any longer." He had already used up a lot of his energy to drive the battleship through the layers of restrictions in the main hall. Now, under the pressure of the five extremes peak, the battleship collapsed. Noah's ship turned into a golden light and flew into Yifan's forehead. A finger-sized golden battleship imprint appeared on Yifan's forehead, and with a flash of light, it disappeared. As soon as the battleship disappeared, everyone immediately felt the power of the restrictive spell outside the main hall. Their expressions changed drastically. With the five extremes peak pressing down on them, they all felt a tightness in their chest as if there was a huge stone pressing on them. They could not help but want to vomit blood. "Yifan, come here." Under such power, the one who suffered the greatest damage was Yifan. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was on the verge of fainting. A strange force flickered in Xianxia's eyes as he forcibly twisted the space and teleported himself over. Fortunately, the distance was not very long, so he came to Yifan's side in an instant, grabbed him, and dragged him into the Divine Realm tablet. Boom! At this moment, the illusionary figure of the five extremes peak finally fell and landed on everyone. Xianxia was sent flying on the spot, and his indestructible golden body automatically protected him. Even so, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. The suppressive force above the entire array diagram immediately arrived. The moment he was sent flying, he was also knocked into the ground. Boom! A huge pit was blasted out on the ground, and it was dragged more than 30 meters away, leaving a deep bloody mark. Finally, Xianxia could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel a little better. In order to save Yifan, he was hit by the phantom of the five extremes peak without any defense at all. Although most of the power had been dispersed by the others, the power of the attack was still extremely unbearable for him, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! What is this place? He stood up from the ground and found that he was surrounded by strange plants. The roots of the vines were thicker than his thighs. The flowers had a metallic luster, and the pink mushrooms on the ground were blowing bubbles, etc. Soaring light, your sister, are you done? He couldn't help but curse at the sky. Finally, he lost his patience and said angrily, "How long are you going to play with us? I really want to kill you." Suddenly, a black shadow flickered. It was actually a black bone bud that bloomed suddenly at the side, and bit down on him like a big mouth. Its mouth was full of teeth and drooling. Xianxia was not afraid, but he was disgusted. With a sudden tap of his foot, he turned into a fallen leaf and retreated backward. Whoosh! A black light flashed past. It was the tongue of the giant flower that had stuck out and wrapped around him tightly. Xianxia's face darkened. The so-called tongue was a vine stuck out of the giant flower's mouth. It was full of sharp thorns, and the more it tightened, the more it tried to pierce into his skin, but to no avail. The immemorial heaven's eye in the center of his brows opened and shot out a line of fire towards the giant flower. CSISI. The flames instantly engulfed the entire black flower. Whoosh! The vines on his body were instantly untied, and the huge flower flashed and fled several feet away, directly escaping. Xianxia. He. The mushrooms on the ground kept spitting bubbles. The bubbles floated up from the ground and became weirder and weirder in the air. When Xianxia looked over, he suddenly sucked in a cold breath. What's going on? The floating bubbles grew bigger and bigger until they slowly turned into human heads. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with human heads. Heaven glimpse! A light shout rang out and the entire space began to twist. Those human heads rotated with a strange force and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xianxia's eyes were a strange blood-red color as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Everything that the eye light saw turned into nothingness. The entire strange forest also disappeared under his eye technique, and a long corridor slowly appeared in front of him. Only then did Yunxiao put away the incantation seal and look around. The place where he was at was the periphery of the main hall, so it should have just been an illusion. The corridor under his feet led straight ahead, but there was no end in sight. Only then did he realize that the entire main hall wasn't just a single palace. It was like a maze. In this area, the range of visibility was extremely short. Yunxiao was about to cast the eye technique again when the space not far away suddenly trembled, and a figure slowly appeared. The man's face was extremely gloomy. He seemed to have realized that someone was there and suddenly raised his head, full of vigilance. Then his vigilance turned into shock. He said, "It's you."